Gbode. So I'm going to invite him to tell us some of the organization that he has headed, what they are doing, and how this is in relation to what we are looking at today. He has so many organizations. Do you want to start with the MNN, sir?
Yes, thank you. Basically, I'm Secretary General of an organization called the Lower Niger Congress. The Lower Niger Congress is an aggregation of all the self-determination initiatives across the eastern half of southern Nigeria. And if we put a map to it, we'll be seeing the old eastern region and the old Midwestern region. That's 1967 Eastern region and 1967 Midwestern region. And if we come to present, terminologies, we could be talking about the South-South geopolitical zone and the Southeast geopolitical zone, two of them together, because the relief we are seeking from Nigeria now can be called self-determination in one word. That's the relief we are all seeking from Nigeria. Yoruba is seeking that relief, Ijaw is seeking that relief, Ogoni is seeking that relief. And under the rules at the UN particularly, that right to self-determination accrues to you only if you are a distinct nationality on your ancestral space. So Yoruba qualifies. In the eastern part, you must be Ijaw on Ijaw land, Ogoni on Ogoni land, Igbo on Igbo land. If you come in any other formation to say you are coming as Biafra or Southeast or South-South or Niger Delta, you just lock out yourself from, getting started. And so it was on account of knowing the basis of qualifying that we had to go for a map for something that that qualifies each of us. So we had an 1885 map that delineates the Ijaw space from the Igbo space, from everybody still where they are on that map as at today. That was the map. That was what the British put together in 1906 to form the Protectorate of Southern Nigeria. And so, from that Lower Niger Congress, which is an aggregation of all of them there, so that we avoid all the pitfalls of Biafra, whatever went wrong then, and all the animosities that were created by the British and the Nigeria that stepped into their shoes, we now come to the question of whether we alone, because we were aggrieved, but others progressively became aggrieved too. The Yoruba, Abiola won the election, and what did he get from it? He went to prison and they killed him. The Middle Belt, the Gideon Okanko, they beheaded them for, just coming to say, we're no longer satisfied. We saw what happened with Kensoro. So we said, since it is something that has now gone, everybody was now having a taste of that Nigeria that came against the eastern region of the time and East Central states when it became tough. Let us reach out to the other people. Since the constitution that have been imposed is the mechanism by which this common enemy is prevailing over everybody else. And that was what informed the outreach we call the Movement for New Nigeria. And that was a decoy, deliberate decoy. Because at the time we were doing this, 1999 had come with that constitution. And in year 2000, Sharia had been imposed. And we were very clear in our minds that nobody can do anything with, we couldn't remain in a union with people who owe it a duty of faith to kill us as infidel in their imagination. And it was on account of this reasoning that that outreach, which we called Movement for New Nigeria, was in essence, Movement for No Nigeria. It was clear to us that we couldn't keep the union in the face of Sharia, in the face of feudalism, in the face of the arrogant disposition of people who say they've conquered us and they are born to rule us. They even put it on plate number. Sokoto State, their number plate, and they say born to rule. So they tell you to your face, and the Rufai had the audacity to say it loudly that we cannot expect to be in a union of equal partnership because they had conquered, the rest of the people. He had he had to point back in history to say at so point it was Yoruba that were conquered. That that's how arrogant they became. And so we said, from what we have seen, these people are not going to give up Sharia. And no matter what else we do, no matter how we resolve the other issues of equity, they are going to continue to owe it a duty of faith to kill those they call the infidel. We have Yoruba Muslim friends who are not, I've never heard of any one of them going to kill anybody. But there's this Sharia, addition to the Islam that we knew that made it, so problematic that we can't, we were not prepared to stay in one union with them. So it is that outreach that now brought together the Yoruba as a block, the Middle Belt as a block, and the Lower Niger as a block. I was just looking out for. I have a few maps and illustrations here that will make it easy for us to understand what we're talking about. Now, yeah, this is the map of that new Nigeria. We remember that Awolowo described the Nigeria as a mere geographical expression. We have not moved an inch from that reality. And so in that sense in which Awolowo called Nigeria a mere geographical expression, that means there is no Nigeria anywhere. Nigeria does not exist. It's just a description of the landmass between Sokoto, Port Harcourt, Lagos, and Maiduguri. Okay. That's my understanding of a mere geographical expression. Since our compatriots from the northern, from the Caliphate North, chose to embrace Sharia, that that is mutually exclusive with democracy and constitutionalism, we then decided that they have rendered the union impossible. And so, having done all of what we did in Pronaco to find common ground, let us see whether there's something we can do to rework the basis so that everybody can be happy in the union. A federation is supposed to be, a mutually beneficial symbiosis. So if it becomes, a dangerous, what do you call it again? Parasitism. The type of parasitism that will actually kill the host. Then we had to do something else, and so that movement for new Nigeria. This is the map we put forward as where things have to go. Since these people have, the 12 contiguous states of the Far North had chosen to embrace simultaneously embrace Sharia, then if you remove that, you discover that what is left will be the Yoruba bloc that is one language group. There may be Ijesha and Ekiti. All those are those are manageable differences. They know themselves. They know what to do about them. Okay. And then this is the part. The Lower Niger is the balance of the southern Nigeria. If you remove going from the known to the unknown, if you remove the Sharia belt, and then you remove the Yoruba contiguous block that include the Yoruba of Kwara and Kogi and Edo or Delta, depending on if anybody wants to go to plebiscite. If anybody says, no, I'm not Yoruba, that goes to plebiscite. But the map you see here is the Yoruba that includes all those Yorubas Nigeria had put in other places that are not these 6 states here. And then in this brown part, you have there's another map that shows, yes, that brown part you see there, so that I can understand exactly what we're discussing. The brown part we see there is, this is the 1885 map we talked about. We'll see that it clearly delineates the Jos space, the Igbo space, the Edo with the Bini and all of that, and everybody is still where they are, just that Nigeria has fractured it into several states, 11 states now, and in those 11 states, they made sure the way they created the states, like we saw what happened in Delta State. The Ishekiri and Urobo were agitating to be separated from the Benin that was dominating the Midwestern region and Midwestern state. Then when the state got created, the people who created it put the capital in Asaba deliberately to offend and annoy the Urobo and the people who agitated for the state. And so Delta State had not been their project from that time to now. Deliberately done so that there is no discussion about what to do about the enemy. As it is in the Delta State, so it is in Rivers, so it is in all they made sure they planted something that made it impossible for you to have internal. Everybody had to go to Abuja to complain to the same enemy for what his neighbor is doing inside the same state. And by the time, Sokoto people are now the ones, separating your fight all the time. Say, okay, you go and be governor, therefore you go and be senator. You are not on speaking terms. The enemy is encircling and taking out, digging in more and more against everybody. So the platform, the matter of platform, it was now Lower Niger Congress dealing with the brown portion you see. With the Yoruba organizations, we've dealt at the point they began to aggregate. It became Yoruba World Congress. Of course, there were some issues and difficulties, and they went on to be Lana Omodo. It doesn't mean that there are no other Yoruba organizations that are involved. Just there's the number one, there's the flagship organization that has taken time to understand that we have to work together to take down that constitution that brought this enemy to our space. So that MNN, the MNN is the alliance of the organizations. Let's take note, organizations, self-determination organizations across these 3 blocks. Then progressively, those organizations were talking, the Yoruba organizations were talking to Yoruba people. The LNC was talking to the Lower Niger, the George, Ogoni, the Anna. We went around, it took us 6 years, going from the palace of the Oba in Benin, who went with them to Aburi, the later Radiowa. He was one that took the minutes of Aburi meeting, and then he had come back, he had become Oba, Benin was upside down, and Ohoro leading. We went to say, is this the Nigeria you wanted at the time you were beating up Eastern Nigeria? He said, no. What do we do? Here's our proposition. It took them almost 6 months to come to, accepting our proposition for what we could do together to save ourselves together. Then he gave us people to go with us to the Olu in Warri. And we repeated the exercise in Warri. And the Olu set up his own committee. They came back saying, yes, this is better for them too. From there, we went on to the Ijo territories, the Amayana Boss, all the way to the Obong in Calabar, the Efik, the Bibio, everybody, the Ogoni. Before we came to the point of consensus in 2009, when we announced the Lower Niger Congress. And so it is a matter of being clear in our minds that you needed internal cohesion in each of these places. In the Middle Belt, they have over 100 languages. We went from the Tiv to the Doma to the Batama, everybody in the place, explaining to them that it is this one enemy, the Berom, the Jukun, is this same one enemy that is tormenting all of you. If you don't band together, find a way, create internal cohesion so that you can have a block, that middle belt that Joseph Tucker, that middle belt region that Joseph Tucker wanted. You wouldn't get it by being at each other's throats and just talking to the air. You are the ones who you each have a right to self-determination, but the global community is not going to create 100 countries for you because you have a right to self-determination. The responsibility comes back to you to put a map to the territory, that middle belt region, put a map to it. Inside that map, the Tiv know where their land begins and where it ends. The Doma knows, the Berom, all of them. So we went on explaining to them that they must stand together, have a charter that spell out their relationships so that when dealing with the external, the rest of Nigeria, they can stand together having organized themselves in-house, the same way Lower Niger has done. Forget all of what happened in the past. If you don't, you are going to perish. So that alliance, that alliance of organizations talking to their people eventually became what we now call Ninas. Ninas was when the people began to embrace the propositions of those organizations. They now, because it's a people's right, Yoruba has now to come as Yoruba. Ijo has to come as Ijo, holding hands with Ogoni and Ninas is now the Nigerian Indigenous Nationalities Alliance for Self-Determination. So it's no longer the organizations that form the, it's no longer the organizations per se. It is now a people's movement. Yoruba wants self-determination and they're standing as Yoruba. Whether there are 200 Yoruba organizations cooperating towards that, they are mobilizing their people towards a referendum and something that will become self-determination for them. Yes.
Tony.
Yes,
Tony. Can I mean, I enjoy your lecture, and may I also point out that it's your version of what practically all the component parts of the country have been doing, you know, in the last 30 years.
Yeah.
On our own part, we've come to the conclusion that just like you did, that the current arrangement is actually wasting the talents from our side. Is also debilitating to our interests. So there is no doubt that we've all concluded that otherwise the Aburi would not have happened. The Aburi conference, you know, the East wanted the confederate arrangement. As a matter of fact, that was where we all started. So it's not, you know, all the things you've described, they are not new, because even during the Constitutional Conference, I know that Awolowo, for instance,
Awolowo was the clearest.
Can I go on, please?
Yes, sir.
Awolowo, for instance, initially, you know, preferred a confederacy. That was his point. He wanted a confederacy, and even Ahmadu Bello wanted a confederacy. It was Zik. Zik wanted a unitary system of government. We all know all these things. You know, we are aware of some of these arrangements. However, what we are now saying is that 60 years odds out of independence, those of us in the contiguous areas of the South to the Middle Belt have been the one shouldering this so-called unity at our own expenses, and the other people don't seem to care. They don't care as long as they rule. Now, bringing it back to us is, now that we have concluded, from your own summation, your part had concluded, our part had concluded that this cannot go on forever.
Yeah.
What we are hoping to achieve tonight is to map out our strategy to free ourselves from the shockhold of an internal colonizer.
Yeah.
We are not ready to sacrifice the next 10 generations again.
Yes.
You know, to keep Nigeria united. As a matter of fact, when you hear them in the extreme north saying one Nigeria means something to them. And what it means is that they will continue to rule while you suffer.
Yeah.
These are the same people that really they want to bring us back about 2 or 3 centuries, you know, before now. Why most of us are looking at the 21st to 22nd century, and we are looking to join other civilized parts of the world. So now, what we're here for, let us be clear, is how do we mobilize our people towards this goal of actualizing what is been long overdue. Let us focus on that.
Right.
Okay.
Okay.
Anthony Nadi, please, I'm going
Yes.
to short a little bit so we can take a kind of a system. This we can get organized a little bit so people can get all the point that we intended for them to get today. Once again, you are coming to, if you are just getting on Yoruba Gbode, I'd like to welcome you. Today we have a special guest, lawyer Tony Nadi, who is the secretary to Lower Delta Congress, and is also the co-convener of the movement of New Nigeria. We also have our Yoruba elders here in the diaspora, Mr. Banji Ayiloge and Professor Adeniran Adekoye. What we are looking at today is what is going on in Nigeria and how it affects the Yoruba and the Igbo. We are going to go back a little bit. Some of the questions that I wanted to ask Anthony Nadi, he has already explained some of the things that he said. He was able to establish the pain that we all face in Nigeria. They want to rule, the Fulani hegemony, and lately the killings and maimings that is so rampant. So I was going to ask him whether what is going on in Yoruba land, all over the killing, like in the Ibarapa area, in Ondo State, all over, is it the same way in the East?
It is. It is. It is the same thing in the East and even in the adjoining areas. I just came back from the Middle Belt 2 days ago. Everywhere is the same. Just that it appears that the Yoruba, they wanted to overwhelm the Yoruba that seemed to have abandoned the alliance of 1967. They thought they were going to keep forever, and it appeared they heightened the heat in the Yoruba space by going to, you saw the traditional ruler they killed, and all the kinds of brazen things. They killed the daughter of a very, very leader. They killed some traditional ruler. They just doing some things that are symbolic. What can you guys do? The other day, they marched their cows into Shoyinka's compound so that the heavens can fall if it wants to fall, and all kinds of such things. You saw the one that came from Europe to set up a farm, and then they went to eat up the farm. You saw what happened to him when he went to complain. So we are in the same boat everywhere.
Okay, now, in the face of what is happening, I know our Igbo brothers and sisters and all other people, they have some feelings about what happened in the past, So let us now step back a little bit. In the face of what is happening now, how are our people, our Igbo brothers and sisters feeling about what happened in the past? What do you hear them saying about what happened in the past?
Right. I can assure you that those who are looking to the future in the East already put behind what happened in the past, because if we bring everything to the table, for those who care to know, we'll then see that it wasn't only one thing led to the other at every point in time. For instance, if Awolowo was so clear as he was on the matter of federalism and the confederacy that it could be in our circumstance, and he wanted an exit clause, he wanted a window of escape in case things go bad, and then it was Zik that defeated him. If anybody saw the speech when he came back from Calabar prison, in Ibadan, nobody could make a better case for the East than what Awolowo said at the time. But there was a problem. The guns were in the hands of the northern people who had their own plan of how to overwhelm everybody. And he tried his best to get people to see that we needed to slow down a little to get hold of how we can push back. And then the same kind of thing we've seen now, where our brothers who are shouting Biafra all over the place, the biggest problem we have with them is that they have presented themselves as the voice of the Igbo. And in that setting, for 7 years, from the time I sat down with Nnamdi Kanu to explain to him what we were doing, that will lead to the demise of that monster that is holding all of us down. And that we must, in pursuing our own liberation, work with all of those who are held by that same monster, since it is the constitution they imposed that they are using to hold us down. I explained all these things to all the Biafran organizations, not only IPOB, all the Biafran organizations, starting with Uwazurike's MASOP, there's the Biafran Zionist movement, there's the government in exile. At the last count, the LNC has sat down with the leadership of at least 42 Biafran organizations. We said to them, look, this Biafra, you must put a map to it. This Biafra, it will not fall from the sky except you dismantle the structures of Nigeria that hold you down. That structure of Nigeria is that constitution, and that you cannot take that constitution down alone. Now that we have a majority in the country that are feeling exactly the same way, let us approach it in the manner of alliance. Let everybody stand up in their space. Since it is our signature that they put to that document, it is within our reach to pull back that signature, organize ourselves. At the time these discussions were happening, we had already gone to the UN to find out from them what would be expected of us. 2012. Okay. You understand? So as I can assure you, I speak authoritatively because I'm on ground at home. And I can report to you that our people already put all those things behind, because we will perish if we do not put them behind. The ones who are shouting from afar and filling the whole place with noise that doesn't lead anywhere, insulting all the people we need in the alliance. It's not only the Yoruba they were insulting. They were insulting the Ijaw, insulting the Ogoni, insulting the Middle Belt. People we took 15 years to go to get to see that we will all perish if we don't find a way to work together.
Okay, I'm going to come back to you. Professor Adeniran Adeboye, this blame is both left and right. In your own opinion, what do you think the Yoruba are saying, especially in the wake of what is going on? What do you think the Yoruba people are saying about the past, about what happened in the past? What do you think? What feelings do you think the Yoruba people are expressing now?
Thank you. I can speak to that from two different angles, because like the Yoruba are, they will look at things from about a certain number of angles, even if they all come to a conclusion, to the same conclusion later on. I'm holding in my hand, I hope you can project it, a book published in 2005. Can you see that?
You are not displaying it.
I'm holding it.
Hold it to your camera. Your camera is to your right.
Okay, now.
Can you see that?
Yes.
Cultural democracy in Nigeria.
The imperative of cultural democracy in Nigeria. Then the bottom of it says what? Reflections from the Yoruba diaspora.
Okay. Who is the author?
It was edited by Segun Gbade,
okay,
Professor Gbade and Professor Rokpo Shekoni. It's a bunch of articles about that title. And so when you ask me the question you asked me, I will have to represent probably 17 different contributors. Not that they disagree, but that they have a different perspective from where they started, even though they all ended in the same position. So, factually, it is nature, if you like, say God, that created all people. And the groups that speak the same language, NATO in Latin means nation, means born. They are the nations in wherever place they found themselves. So the Yoruba believe that they are a nation. And even no matter what government is sitting on top of them, they remain a nation. Same culture, same language, plus or minus dialect, same perspective, same myth of origin, same everything. So that when you go from one corner of the Yoruba to another corner of the Yoruba, you are at home. I experienced that when I was taking entrance examinations to high schools in the 1950s. There are Yoruba people, whose argument starts from the fact that they were always a nation before the artifice of colonialism put them together with other people. Putting them together with the other people does not stigmatize those other people. They are just interested in keeping what they are and growing in it, because it's an evolutionary process. When you are a nation, you evolve into bigger and better. And that's not strange, because if you go to Europe today, you will find many nations that are also states, none of which is bigger than Yoruba, none of which is more culturally cohesive, none of which is anything that is desirable among a people that God created. It is the forces, imperial forces, local and not so local, that forces nations to become part of a state, that they then abuse the language and call it a nation, perhaps a nation state. Many Yoruba believe that their nationhood is sacrosanct. And as such, any political arrangement that makes them part of a different territory, governed differently, must have their approval, endorsement, embrace. It should be government by the consent of the governed, not by the acquiescence of the governed. And I'm happy that Mr. Nadi is a lawyer, so hopefully he agrees with me about the difference between consent and acquiescence. So the Yoruba take it from there. No matter what they verbalize, some of them verbalize what they verbalize from a deep feeling that they are a nation. They are jealous of whatever that nation has become over the centuries. They speak their language with relish. I am happy Nandi speaks it too. They punctuate every other sentence with a proverb. They know who they are. They are very comfortable in their skin. It's so comfortable until they even brazenly, almost, welcome strangers into their middle and give them comfort. That's the Yoruba that I was born into. But the Yoruba I was born into was already part of an artifice called Nigeria. The Yoruba I was born into, however, stretches beyond the boundary of today's Nigeria. Only January, a year ago, I revisited Porto-Novo, Cotonou-Wida, and almost got to Atapame, where you also have the Yoruba nation without European-imposed boundaries. So when you talk Yoruba, the psychic influence of that language, of that word, is not bound by the Nigerian geography. But the reality of the situation is that in 1914, or actually in 1886, Europeans partitioned Africa and were disrespectful of the boundaries, what would have been natural boundaries of those nations. The Yoruba say, and I'm happy Tony is going to understand me, òjò tó rọ̀ òun ló kó ẹyẹlé pọ̀ mádìẹ. So we became a subset of an imperially imposed geography. And in fact, not just a subset, but an insulted success. Instead of recognizing us as a nation, we became a tribe. So they talk about the Yoruba tribe. They talk about the Igbo tribe. Because we have to be, in their mind, the mind of Europeans, we have to be tribes so that they can climb, so that the tribe is weakened, just like the 12 tribes of Israel. It's not the same thing as Israel. So the Yoruba think that way. The second set of Yoruba look at what Nigeria made of everybody within its boundary since 1914. So organizations that were formed in Lagos to struggle for the Lagos colony and later on for Nigeria put a number of people, let's say from the Herbert Macaulay crowd to Awolowo to Azikiwe together. And between 1914 and 1951, they were busy testing one another about which kind of political arrangement would be suitable for the zoo, if you want to call it, that Europeans had created. It was in that wise that Awolowo said that the Nigeria you are telling us to fit into is a mere geographical expression. It is not a bunch of nations, it's not even an agreement by the nations within it to work together. It's an imposed structure that left out some Yoruba in what is now called Benin Republic, that left out some ethics and Anans in what is now Cameroon, that left out this, that left out that. Those are not, so that is how things, and the political competition between, fostered by a divide and rule practice, fostered by European colonizers on us via a divide and rule practice, made Awolowo, Azikiwe, Amadu Bello, and enemies of each other. Instead of collaborating to see if they can get a real governable territory, they were busy, or it appeared so, jockeying for the nations they came out of, rather than for the amalgam that the Europeans imposed. So there are very many Nigerians, not just Yoruba, who will find fault with a personality A, a personality B, a personality C, for whatever they were doing, jockeying for primacy. I am not unaware of all of that. There are Yorubas like me who are not unaware of that. And many of them verbalize the need to not forget the past, because if you do, you might be doomed to repeat it, but to put it in proper perspective. So if you put the past in proper perspective, you learn lessons from it. You don't get imprisoned by it. And so there are many Yorubas who are still at the stage of saying, no, we've done enough of this foolishness. Let us not be trapped by what Lagbaja said to Dola and so on and so forth. Let's not be imprisoned by that. They were creatures of their time, and they were dealing with issues of their time, and they were dealing with issues of their time with their best self. Whether the best is sectional or this or that, whatever the compulsion, every human being is a simultaneous victim and beneficiary of the culture that he found himself, local and global. Now we are in 2000, and the Yoruba are saying, that it has been proven that Nigeria, as constituted and run, is abusive. In fact, in this book, the first 23 pages of it were written by somebody I will not tell you about. But much of what I'm saying here is covered in the first 23 pages of that book. And if I ever, during this session, have to refer to some of it, I will open it up and read it to you. The position of the Yoruba today is not to keep Nigeria because there is no known advantage to it other than what has been mouthed over more than a century about potential advantage that has never manifested itself. In fact, I am not aware of any national group within that geography who does not think, in all honesty, that Nigeria is a burden, except those that think Nigeria was handed to them to govern as the replacement for the external colonialists. The rest of them see Nigeria as a burden, whether they want to say it publicly or not. My job is that of a quote and unquote teacher. I have to be honest in whatever I'm doing. And what I honestly believe is that we have gone past embracing some constitution that is fraudulent, whose preamble is a copy of the American preamble without the fact of it. We the people, I don't know when we the people in Nigeria sat down and gave ourselves a constitution. And then they hold it over our head. And that is the law of the land. If you infringe it, you are committing sedition. You are doing this, you are doing that. In fact, none of our constitutions until 1957, none of our constitutions were part subscribed to by our people. Even the amalgamation is a lie because the 6 or 7 Nigerians that were in there never had to sign anything. They were just witnesses to European signing documents. I have the constitution here. I mean, not the amalgamation proclamation, right here. So, Yoruba are saying it is time to reclaim our national potential. It is not in irritation with anybody. It is not an abuse of any nation. It's not even an abuse of the nation that thinks it has the power to rule us. It is the reality of our being a nation unto ourselves and wanting to actualize the benefits of nationhood. If we allow the disaster of competition between Azikiwe and Awolowo and Osadebe and Ahmadu Bello, and if we allow that to close our eyes, I have some bad news for us. Not any one of those was 50 years old when they were running our affairs. Certainly, I know that when Awolowo became Premier of Western Region in 1951, he was only 42. I'm talking to you, some of my children are not also, all of my children are older than that. Why am I going to be trapped by any mistake that any 42-year-old made at my age? Why are my children going to be trapped by that? They are older than a 42-year-old Awolowo. They are older than a 45-year-old Azikiwe. They are older than any Ahmadu Bello. And they are more educated than all of those people. They have a greater worldview. So why are we going to be trapped? Why are we wasting our time being trapped by the sin or excesses of a past that in any case was dominated by Europeans because those people either had to go along or be imprisoned? I know how Azikiwe came to join the Northern People's Congress in 1959. It wasn't exactly voluntary, but I'm not getting ready to say it publicly. It was not without the threat of British governors and Governor General. Okwara thought differently, but couldn't say so. So let's move on. We are where we are, and we have an opportunity to create a future for our lands and people in short order if we are wise. If we refuse to be wise, then eternal damnation will bury us in deserved oblivion.
Thank you, Baba Adeboye. Thank you. If you are just joining this forum, this is Yoruba Gbode, and this is actually our first English edition, the first English version of the program. What we are looking at is the situation in Nigeria, the common enemy, the Fulani hegemony, and everything that is going on in Nigeria. Our brother, who is a special guest today, lawyer Tony Nadi, has established that everything that the Yoruba people are feeling in terms of pain and aches, in terms of the killings and the rapings and maimings all over Nigeria, is the same thing that our brothers and sisters in Igbo land, they are facing the same thing. So, and Baba Adeboye has expressed to us the feelings, what the Yoruba people are saying, which is not different from what lawyer Tony Nandi expressed. As Alagba Banji Ayiloge, in 1 minute to say something about what people are saying and about where we should be. 1 minute.
Yeah, if you can free my video, it says you've frozen my video.
Okay.
Start my okay. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Can you see me now?
Yes.
Yes, we can all see you.
So I mean, I've listened to both speakers, and I appreciate some of what I mean, at least most of what they've said. However, I just want us to note, you know, because my friend Nadi seems to hang on to this idea of the 1999 Constitution. And I know the way our opponents work. They will come up with a joker to say, well, we are reviewing the Constitution, and the Constitution they will select either from us or from their side. They will select pliant tools to refashion a constitution that will be a replacement, so to say, but will be more of the same thing. And then in the next 20 years, we will be doing that. But I want to emphasize that what we have from the word go is a crisis of nationality, not a national crisis. Nadi mentioned, because he said Abiola won an election. That was not the beginning. Even the coup, the first coup, was a national crisis. I mean, it was a crisis of nationality, not a national crisis. The revenge coup was not a national crisis, but a crisis of nationality. The Abiola thing, I mean, we were here fighting. Most of our Igbo friends would say, oh, why can't you go and fight like we did? In which case, they were content in sitting aside to see, according to them, and I'm quoting some of them, to see you face the same thing we faced during the Civil War. In which case, if Yoruba had decided unilaterally to go into war, they would have sat aside, you know, waiting for the rest of the country to face us. I mean, that was not a problem we always say, well, that would be a problem, but there is a problem. Now, there are others. Ever since then, even when what's his name, Jonathan became president, the Yorubas were in the forefront of those who said, look, the constitution says you have to hand over to the vice president. As soon as Jonathan got there, the Yoruba were nowhere to be found in government. It was okay. He was appeasing the northern element. So much so that today they are whispering that instead of giving it to a Yoruba man, they should go and recall Jonathan. I'm just giving you all these things that are being said out there, and I'm going to anchor it soon to a question. Even leaving Jonathan, during the Civil War, Aton Zeribe supply ammunition to both the Nigerian government and the Biafrans. After the war, he was in the Senate. For how long? For so many years. I was venerated as part of the Igbo leadership. The same thing with Okereke. Okereke was a spy for the Okereke who later became the president of the stock exchange. She was a spy for the federal government against her own people and was duly rewarded. The Igbos never ostracized him. And I was now looking at the Yoruba side. Jakonde, that people are praising now to be an effective governor of Lagos State. Some people are still writing that, look, Baba Kekere was, after all, in Abacha government, and he didn't leave when he was asked to leave. Despite the fact, and many people don't know this, and I'm going to bring it forward, it was Abiola himself who persuaded him originally to join, but he did not leave at the same time. Now, this thing is this, my friend Tony. The Yorubas have a way of dealing with some of the people that we feel had betrayed them. And the reason we are going around saying all these things is to educate them and let them know those who are actually against their interest. Now, how are we sure that, I mean, what you are saying now is not just being said by a minority of the people? How are we sure this can be sold to all the people in the East to say, look, come to the table, let us face a common enemy and liberate ourselves, even though we know from history, in other climes, the bitterest enemies had joined together to defeat a common enemy, even if they have to come back to compete when the whole, place is settled. How do we get people? We need to have this assurance. And the reason I'm saying that is that just about 2 weeks ago, somebody called me and said, listen to this video by Kanu. I said, no, I'm not listening to that. He said, no, why? I said, why will I listen to Kanu? All I heard from him in the beginning was to denigrate and put down Yorubas and all that. We did not do anything to you. The Yorubas didn't go wholeheartedly into the civil war until the Biafra troop got to Ore.
Okay, Baba.
So how do we now have this assurance that your group can mobilize in view of all these problems that I have said?
Okay, Lawyer Nandi, I will like you to respond to that question.
Okay, all right. If Yuloke can confirm to me whether he read the proclamation of December 16 to the end and whether he saw the signatories. Did you read, sir?
Read about proclamation?
The joint proclamation of December 16.
No.
2019?
No, 2020.
Oh, 2020. I wanted to
Less than 2 months ago.
Who are the signatories?
In the Igbo space, Nnianwodo was number 1. At the time he was Ohaneze president, and he duly consulted. Ebitukiwe is on that list. The few people who could come to any marketplace in Igbo land, and Daiburo, that is the worst of people will say, if it's this one speaking, let's listen. They are all on that list. Ndubisi Kanu is in the morgue as we speak. He wasn't on that list for a strategic reason, but he was every part, every inch of what became what we have now, Ninas. And I tell you, sir, I wish you had read, because I thought that our meeting of today was to advance on what can be done now to break the prison gates where we have been trapped since over a century.
Yes.
I can assure you, sir, that those renegades, those Igbo renegades that have hoisted themselves up as people speaking for us, many of them are already packing their bags to flee because they know what is coming. They are seeing it. We have talked to them in private. We are talking to them now, in public, but still in moderate language. But to tell you how far the matter has gone, the Igbo presidency, you hear, say, oh, come and be president. We told them openly that even if Buhari resigns today, to say, let Igbo man come and be president so that the Nigeria can carry on, it will be because something has compelled him. And those who did that thing that compelled him, which will include people like me, have put 21 years unbroken, trying to get Nigeria to that point where it could not maneuver any left or right. If Nigeria is going to make a concession, it must be those people who made that push that will determine what our people will accept going forward. And so if you want to go and be that president from the Igbo space to save their one Nigeria for them, we will sacrifice you to save the millions of other people who will perish because you have saved the one Nigeria that belongs to the Fulani. Our quarrel was not with Nigeria. Our quarrel is and will remain with one Nigeria. There are two different concepts. Nigeria was the federation we agreed to form, which was still inchoate before it died. It was still born. Awolowo went to prison from the independence election, if we remember. So at what point did the Nigeria come to life to now say, so I tell you categorically, sir, that not only are we going to the 2023 election, our reading of it is that we have brought this constitution that ties us together to the point where it has to die now, not tomorrow. Those who held us down through the instrumentality of that constitution all the while, and who didn't know we were asphyxiating, taking the oxygen out of the constitution, they didn't know in time. It's too late for them to do anything about it now. And the only thing they find they can do is to throw the presidency to the south, wherever it falls. The greed of those who want to share billions will save the document and save the union, and then they will regroup and come back with their plans. And let me also say quickly, because you talked about one hanging on to constitution as no. I don't know whether you or before the earlier speaker.
Okay.
The only thing we set out to do with constitution is not anything about amendment. From the first day, from the day they introduced Sharia, from the day they put our signature on a document we did not make, the plan we set in place is the plan that will refuse to take even one alphabet from that constitution. We set out to behead that constitution so that the union is forced, the union of debt is forced on all of us, will be brought to an end and bring us by default to where your sovereignty is in your hand, my sovereignty is in my hand, and we go to another meeting altogether for how we relate the next morning, excluding those who owe it a duty of faith to kill the rest of us, which was why the map I showed you, that map has been there from the beginning of our intervention. And our task, in fact, to make it even clearer, let me show us what you see here. What you see here is a summary of a 20-year plan. If you go from the part where you see the Constitution cancelled, I'm sure we can see the Constitution. This is what we want. This is the summary of what the MNN, the joint platform, is to get this constitution to die. We call it, you can see up here, we call it Abuja. Then we call this Aburi. There are three images here. We call the broken map Aburi. And then, Araba. Araba. Aburi is the one where if we go back to being a confederation today, but the default, from the moment this constitution comes down, the union is at an end completely. And the only thing that will happen will be a product of our decision in terms of referendum, nothing less, not any politician going to sit in Abuja. National conference is of no interest to us at this time. We just say we did not make this constitution. We gathered the nationalities as far back as 2003 we had mobilized to the point where we said we were now going to take action to remove our signature from this document, by which we are the document of damnation. Since they put our signature to it without consulting with us, and it is our signature that is sustaining the life of the document. How do we bring it to the point where the document is actually collapsing on ground? It required a lot of actions. You needed to get everybody, because we are discussing sovereignty. The thing we are asking Nigeria to give up, the people who have to take it back must be organized to be able to take it back. So the Yoruba, their own, easier to do because they are one language group. In the eastern part, that was why it took us 6 years to get to tell them that Nigeria is, that we have come to where if we want to live, if we want to be alive, Nigeria will have to be put to death. That Nigeria defined by that constitution. If we leave Nigeria, if Nigeria has to live, then we have to die, because that's what they have designed it to be. The one Nigeria that belongs to the Fulani, that requires our blood every step of the way, that puts our future in jeopardy that we can never recover from. And so the summary of our action from the beginning was to take down that constitution, end the union its voice, and return everybody's sovereignty to them to now decide what they want to do with their sovereignty.
Yes.
The East, the Yoruba, and the Middle Belt. Okay, nothing less.
Thank you.
Let me also point out to the earlier speaker, Professor Shekoni, Ropo Shekoni, had worked with us. I wish he was in this meeting. He at the time, his last trip, Corona disrupted his movement coming back, but he made sure he kept abreast of what we're doing. he understands what I'm trying to explain to you now as what we were doing from beginning. Soyinka had been in it, he's still in it, just that once in a while, you know, everybody comes to him to drag him in one direction or the other, but he's clear-minded that we set out to take down this constitution. And that was why when we went to court to say we didn't make this constitution in 2007, he was one of my plaintiffs. I had 10. Enohoro was in, Ojukwu on that list, Sisiono on that list, Bishop Bonigi in Akure on that list. All these people very clear in their minds that we were saying we have no union if it is this constitution that defines the union of Nigeria. I'm sure we all had that Adebanjo repeat it 2 weeks ago, that under this, we have brought the matter to where it has dawned on everybody, especially from after that force majeure proclamation, that we do not have a union. And if a majority has done what we have done through the last 20 years, 21 years, to, bringing it to the knowledge of the international community, the UN was fully briefed and they sent their observer mission, their mission, what do you call special rapporteur, who actually raised a report to say that our constitution, Nigeria's constitution, is like pressure cooker for injustice, and that Nigeria has become a danger to the global community except something happens to take out that constitution. Otherwise, Nigeria will burst.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you so much. If you are just signing on, if you are just coming in, this is Yoruba Gbode. Our special guest is lawyer Tony Nadi. Today, what we are doing is we are trying to move on. What we are doing is we are trying to let the past be the past, but when we want the past to be the past, we want to see what we can take as a lesson from the past so we can have a progressive future. I'm going to open the channel for questions from our people here. But before we go into questioning, we are trying to move forward. That is the theme of the program today. Moving forward is the theme. And in order to move forward, I also want to remind all of us that we want to honor the dead. I'm not discouraging people from asking questions about the past because, like I said, if we learn a lesson about the past, we will be able to have a progressive future. We'll be able to move on very well. But we are also going to honor the dead. We are also going to move in a progressive way. So whatever blame, we are not blaming anybody. We can ask questions, but please don't blame the dead. We are having this conversation because of whatever happened. The first person that I'm going to call, and let me also say that when you ask questions, please, if you want to direct it to a particular speaker, it is okay. Or if you just want to direct it to everybody. So I don't see a name here. The symbol say Nigeria Christian. Next time, please write your name so we can be able to know how to address you. So now, Nigeria Christian, that's what it says.
Hello, hi, this is Jean. Hello, everyone. And thank you for putting this event together, because I think it is very important going forward to unite so that we can gain freedom. And I wanted to just gonna throw out the question to the folks that are speaking. What are your thoughts about the fact that so many in the Yoruba land, in the lower Niger, and in the middle belt are now working together? And Is it something that you see yourself supporting, given that at the end of the day, the aim of the constitutional force majeure is to take down the Constitution and to go to referendum so that the people decide their fate? Because the Nigeria that we have right now is not one that we agreed to. What do you think about the unity? And are you going to be supporting it and the objectives that have been laid out? Thank you.
What is your name, ma'am?
My name is Jean.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I can take a crack at that if you want.
Yes.
I can hear you.
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, that is the reason we are here. The people in the southern part of the country, mostly, including those in the middle belt, they have now realized the fact that they are just being used. And the reason I went into some areas before is to allow Tony, and he did that, very adequately, to allow Tony to bring all the areas he has not touched. And with my question, he actually went, to disabuse the mind of many from that. But to go back to your question, we have been manipulated. Each and every segment of society have been manipulated at one point or the other. And even in the coups, the revenge coup of 1966 were mainly carried out by the middle belters. They were in the forefront. Some of the crises around that time, they spearheaded some of this. Somebody said, don't mention the past. The past, we must recognize the past so that we can move on. That let the people know that they will always seek to divide us through all these, measures. Some are now saying today that it's either Igbo presidency or Yoruba presidency, and some of us are saying there should be no presidential contest in 2023 in Nigeria, in the sense that if we continue in this mode, we are going to kill each other, so to speak. Because right now, as we speak, people are being killed not only in the middle belt, but in the western and eastern part of the country. It is not only Nigerians that are killing them. These are people imported from other parts of West Africa. The Fulanis were imported and armed. I was reading a report that alleged that the Nigerian army, the Nigerian Air Force helicopter was actually used in dropping AK-47 and some munitions to some of these marauders. And what we are saying to every one of us, either from the middle belt, from the south, from any part of the Niger, is that it is time we stop the manipulation, because they've always used manipulation. When the Yorubas thinks, well, we've had it, they turn to our Igbo brother and say, it's your turn. And then they too, when the Igbos think they are having it good, they turn to Yorubas and say, look, it's your turn. We cannot continue to do that. And the next thing that has to be done will be to unite and face a common enemy, which is the invading Fulani people. That's basic. There is nothing. Look, the people in Nigeria seems to be when I see people coming from Nigeria and talking the way Tony does, I always wonder the kind of courage they have. Because the people in Nigeria are like what they call the Stockholm the Stockholm syndrome. They are suffering from the Stockholm syndrome. They've been oppressed. Most of them have the so-called leadership have no means of leadership. I mean, no means of, of sustenance. And so they must dance to the tune of those who can give them money. There are less than 1% of the population who are in the political parties. When you hear politicians, they are just about 1%. But this 1% actually control the resources of the country. And then they dole out pensions to some opinion leaders, and they make noise, including those in the press. But the majority are suffering. The majority are on the side of the people. And the moment we realize this, the better for the rest of us. How many of us had any politician, except from Governor Odom recently? None of the politicians are willing to say anything.
Okay. Thank you, Baba Ayiloge. Let me, Lawyer Tony Nadi.
Yes.
So, can you say something about that question? Because it seems you've been working on something like that with your community and organization.
Your voice is fading off.
Oh, can you say something about that question? What the lady?
They're working together.
Yes.
Yes.
Lady was
very quickly. Yes, very quickly. The first map I showed was where we intended the whole thing to land from the first day. But this is the formation. When you hear NINAS, Nigerian Indigenous Nationalities Alliance for Self-Determination, the map you see here is one that separates the Sharia belt from the rest. And when you look at that rest, you will see that they're in the three clear demarcations in terms of alliance blocks. And the way we have structured it, a federation being a union of constitutions, Nigeria became one federation, one country, because the three constitutions of the time agreed to form a federation. And so we got into this lockdown in 1966 and all kinds of things. We are now in 36 state formation. Now, the whole thing has come to naught, that the constitution by which they are sustaining all of the atrocities they emplaced by brigands since 1966, it has my signature, your signature, as an authorization for our damnation. And so what we have done is to get everybody to, stand up in their place, in their space. Under this is the source of our misery. This is the source of our misery, but it has our signature as the authorization. This is the instrument. This is the instrument from the UN that provides the relief we seek. It's called United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. And from this date in 2007, September 11 or so, 2007, this relief we seek, let us pay particular attention to this. The relief that Yoruba seeks now, before 2007, they will have had to go to the UN to lobby, find who can support it. It's always dealt with on a case-by-case basis. Has the suffering of the Yoruba come to where they will now have to be separated from others? But from the date of this instrument, it became a right, an inalienable right, like fundamental human right is to the individual. Imagine you live in a country where there are no provisions for fundamental human rights. Means you are entirely on your own. The system can come and slap you down or lock you up or behead you with anybody who is stronger than you can, or people in authority. But if there are fundamental human rights, you can, there's somewhere to go to seek relief. It's not, you don't have to go to lobby anybody to be able to, if they're about to breach it, you can go and prevent it. You go to court to say, they're about to lock me up. I did nothing. They're about to kill me.
Let me take
The same way fundamental human right is for the individual. That is how this instrument of the United Nations is for this nationality. And so it is just now a matter of, have you organized yourself to present yourself? You have your map, you have your charter, you've shown that you can organize yourself to hold your sovereignty. That is what has changed. And we now have two compartments of action. What it is we have to do to get this instrument to go down, and what it is we have to get to this right that is guaranteed us. And that is what the NINAS has come together to do. Therefore, Yoruba has their own draft constitution, their own internal arrangement for how they will become that Yoruba country. The Lower Niger has, the Middle Belt has, and the three are marching on to take down this constitution. And how are we going to take it down so that we can, I was hoping that everybody will have had a view of that proclamation, because we detailed what must happen in the next 90 days after working for 20 years without much noise. But we have the majority. If you look at this map, this alliance territory has the majority. And the case of this Sharia belt, section 10 of our constitution, which is the shortest section in that constitution, expressly forbid adoption of state religion. And when these 12 contiguous states adopted Sharia in year 2000, we went out to the international community inside this process to report to them that these 12 states, because they are contiguous and they acted simultaneously, that they've seceded from the secular union we agreed to form as independent. And that since the Constitution expressly forbids it, in fact, it is the shortest section in the Constitution, it says, the government of the federation or that of a state shall not adopt any religion as any state religion. Full stop. It means that if, as a state, you went to adopt Sharia, as 12 contiguous states, you did it simultaneously. You have seceded from the secular union.
That's correct.
And so we said, as far as we are concerned, as far as they are concerned, the Nigerian, the secular federation we're trying to build is at an end.
Exactly.
Okay.
We interpreted it to mean exercise of their own right to self-determination. Since they were not coming to spread it in our space, their houses of assembly passed the law, their governors signed and formed Hisba, and nobody has raised such a great alarm in Sokoto or Kano to say they're imposing this on us. No, they were all, happy with it in some way. So we say, we recognize your right to self-determination. You've done what you choose to do by due process in your space. But it has departed, you have departed from the union we were building before. We already had our questions around the constitution for which we wanted out of the union. So we then said that this is an aggravation. The rest of us then dressed back to say, what is it we can do to enter our own right to self-determination? In 2006, we had finished with PRONACO, the conference of the nationalities, involving 164 delegations that sat for 2 years. With the US Senate Observer Mission, European Union Senate Observer Mission, we sat in Lagos, Port Harcourt, Enugu, Jos, Kano, and coming back to conclude in Lagos. And we got a draft that would have taken us back to what we lost in Aburi. Then they began to pull back from that consensus. The nationalities that came, we didn't leave anybody out, including the Fulani. Buhari was part of the Fulani delegation that came. Just last week, I said it on live national TV on AIT. Sayed Abubakar was part of the Fulani delegation that came. We put everything on the table to say, can't we work out something that will restore the autonomies that should be available to federating units? Can't we agree on the formations, not the states you created in brigandage, because there's oil money and port money to share? we agreed on everything, and they went back and we said, okay, since you prefer Sharia, the rest of us will move on. But I knew that if we came to where we were going to enforce that consensus, they were going to accuse us of treason. I called Wole Soyinka to say, sir, there's something we can do. There's something lying unfinished at the UN. If we can find a way to work it out and it comes out, it becomes an instrument in our hand to avoid that charge of treason. It becomes something that is our right to exercise, not to beg anybody about it. And because we had done our research, Kofi Annan was a secretary at the UN. I said, go to your friend, your old friend. Tell him that the whole of Africa is on fire on account of one issue only, matter of ethnic domination. Whether you went to Congo, whether you went to Tutsi and Hutu, or you went to all over the place, is ethnic domination. The rest of the world has solved all their ethnic domination problems. You come to Europe, Catalonia wants independence from Spain, but go and see they're in charge of their lives there. Just that they want to be in fuller charge. You go to Corsica, France, there's Corsica, but is anybody from, so as it is, the Europeans have solved all their own ethnic domination issues since after the Nazi superiority complex. Now, it's only in Africa that people are still killing themselves. So the message I sent to Kofi through Soyinka said, if you have become secretary and we have this situation, requiring just a little push to create that, to bring that instrument that will make it impossible for such things to continue to happen. He sent a message back. He said, if we found 6 new countries, because the countries that have self-determination issues at home had formed a gang to make sure that that instrument did not come out from the UN. The Spains of this world because of Catalonia, France because of Corsica, Canada because of Quebec, UK because of Scotland and others that are, threatening to leave. And so Kofi says if we find 6 countries, Soyinka went to Eritrea and a few other places. It didn't take 2 months before we found more than 6 countries. And he went back and Kofi just put it where it should be because they're recurring. They've been voting on it since after the Second World War because they discovered that the UN discovered that all the wars they've been trying to manage around the world, 95% of them were tied to ethnic domination issues. If it's not the Nazi that is superior to everybody, therefore have to rule everybody, it's the Fulani that will want to do the kind of thing they are doing here. We saw what became of
question, sir.
Right.
No, so many people.
Okay, I'm just bringing us to the point where we see that the process we're advancing. If our people will not listen to us, the Fulani will get to their doorstep. They will still come back to trying to listen. We knew they were coming. We wanted to delegitimize their presence on our space, and therefore we identified the Constitution of Nigeria as what brings them to our space, and we organized how to take down that Constitution to end the legitimacy of their presence, to end the union that brings them to our space. And we knew that with a government they control in place, or something that they are still in our armed forces playing all kinds of pranks, even when they are not as president. When Obasanjo was there, they were doing their thing. When Jonathan came, they were doing more things than the government could do. Eventually, they changed their way to become what they've become now. So between these two, we have undergone all the processes, and it came to a culmination in that force majeure proclamation. Our social contract has been overtaken by the brigandage of this small section that has seceded from our union, but now wants to reconquer us by force of arms, knowing that they've lost the title deed by which they owned the union. That's where we are now. But we gave them 90 days to make up their mind whether they want a union or not. If they do not come forward in those 90 days, I can assure you that the things that are already in place at home, that's why they're so desperate. They think they can go and start a shooting war so that they can take advantage of what they already have. Nobody's going to fall into that trap. We have processes that guns will not answer for them, because we went to show Washington that they brought ISIS to reinforce themselves, we have placed them on a head-on collision with the national security of the United States. I wish Professor Ojutikos is alive and with us today. He would have been in this meeting to tell us what happened in Washington, because he was in every meeting.
Okay, so let me call
Your voice is not coming through.
Mr. Effectier.
Oh yes, thank you so much.
Okay.
Yeah, well, I met Mr. Tony Nadi. I'm a Nigerian in the diaspora, and I met him when he came to the U.S. and he was at a town hall meeting, and he really gave us a good rundown of Nigeria's evolution and history. I mean, I was convinced by that presentation. So I have followed the Lower Niger Congress. I've been involved with the Lower Niger Congress here in the U.S.
Right.
And I do have a question, though.
Right.
See, being here in the U.S., I have come to know a lot of Fulani people.
Right.
They've become my friends.
Right.
But they're not from Nigeria.
Right.
Actually, I don't know if I even know any of them to be. None of them is really from Nigeria. But you know, the Fulani did not come to. Were not originally from Nigeria.
Yes.
Some of these Fulani people who I have come to know, from maybe Senegal, from Guinea.
Yes.
Okay. So I have through a process come to find out that most Fulanis in West Africa are really in Guinea. That is their land, where they took the land from the Mandingo long time ago. But though the Fulanis have economic power in Guinea, and though you have more Fulanis in Guinea than in any other country in West Africa, I've come to find out that the Fulanis have never gotten political power in Guinea. And the reason behind it is this. And I talked to people from Guinea, and here, I talked to them and found out that, or from Ivory Coast and so forth, that whenever the other tribes in Guinea see that the Fulani are trying to take power, they unite. The Malinke, the Susu, or the Mandingo, they all come together. They put aside their differences. They say, we may have differences, but we'll put them aside, because they know that when the Fulani come to power, they will only look out for themselves primarily.
Yes.
And so it's kind of an interesting thing. And I think that we should take a page out of their experience. We should in Nigeria. We really should. You see, the thing is, because these people are not, they don't have any right to do what they're doing. They don't have any God-given right. So I just wanted to ask people, and maybe Mr. Nadi or some of the other speakers, if people are aware of this and that how we can learn from this. Thank you.
Thank you. I quickly take a first shot at it very, very briefly. The NINAS Alliance, as you can see, is precisely for that purpose. But there's even a higher, there's the constitution they imposed by brigandage from July of 1966. They processed it to become constitution in 1979. Murtala Mohammed commissioned it. He found Rotimi Williams to give no, I think, okay, all right. Sorry, I thought it was my own mute. He found Rotimi Williams to commission on a blank check. Rotimi Williams brought Ben Wabweze, young university teacher in University of Lagos. It was Ben Wabweze that crafted this thing that became constitution. Constituent Assembly rejected some of the things because the people who went to Constituent Assembly of 1977 were also, they were the politicians of 1966. So they knew what will work and what will not work. All of what they removed from that draft, Obasanjo restored it on the 21st of September in 1978. I'm sure our two elders will remember that there was a broadcast by which Obasanjo introduced 17 amendments to the finished work of the Constituent Assembly in 1977. And so what emerged as 1979 Constitution was actually a product of the Supreme Military Council as desired by the Caliphate. And so we went on from that 79 to 99 when they had to bring it back using our same brother Obasanjo, who they had used to impose the one of 1979. And here we are, tied legs and hands. And so what we have done, the mistake God caused them to make, and I want us to pay attention to this. God caused them to make a mistake that will now consume that document. And that was why I left the oil industry, to tap into that mistake and end the 200 years of brigandage that began in 1804 against all of us. What was that mistake? What was that mistake? There is a decree number 24 by which the Constitution was promulgated. It's printed by error in the body of that document, because there's an instruction in section 1, subsection 3 of that. It's a one-leaf decree, just 2 pages. There is an instruction in that decree that the decree should not be printed, that it should not be printed by the federal government printer when the Constitution is printed, because it is in that decree that they told the story of how they came about the Constitution. They said that they set up a committee, a Constitution debate committee that went around, and most people wanted a return to 79 and blah, blah, blah. That the report came to Supreme Military Council, the Armed Forces Military Council, and that they accepted the report subject to such amendments as they deemed fit, and therefore promulgated it to call 1999 Constitution to come into effect on the 29th of May in 1999. Now, with that story there, it defeats completely the entire preamble where that our signature is, because the preamble says, we the people, having solemnly resolved, do hereby make and give unto ourselves the following Constitution. And so, in the action that the matter we took to court in 2007 was to place the 2 versions, because when they saw we were building up to challenging that, they printed a second version, trying to remove the one that told the truth, because with that decree printed, that preamble fails. And if that preamble fails, the document is at an end. It's like every other forgery. And so we came to where we had that as at 1999, where we had a lot of work to do to get ready for what will happen if that Constitution goes down. Otherwise, we'll be in Somalia the next morning. So that was what took all of the first 15 years, was to go around and whisper to all of those who have to take back their sovereignty, because it is our sovereignty that is locked down by that claim that we submitted it to the sovereignty called Nigeria now. And since we did not, and we have proof in the document that we did not, and we managed to organize to the point where we took it to court to say, court, look, we have a problem here. These people did this, we have their own confession of how it was done, printed by error in the document. Tell us whether we did or Absalami did, because if it's Absalami, then it ends here. The court could not go forward or backward. The Attorney General of the Federation of Nigeria entered, he came to court, responded to us, and his response was that he had no answer to what we had raised, because we did not travel outside the document. We said, Judge, look at this and look at that, knowing fully whether it was by error that it was printed. The judge became helpless, and it was adjournment after adjournment. But the good thing about it, which is why I say it is God's provision for our escape, the good thing about it is that at law, the consequence of a forgery is that the forgery dies at the point it is discovered to be a forgery. Somebody goes to take a $100 bill and makes photocopy of it in color and goes to the mall to try to spend it. And then somebody looks at it closely and says, oh no, this is no dollar, it's photocopy. Or somebody takes, your document and write something pretending to be you, authorizing, the sale of your land, and then it is discovered. Or somebody takes your checkbook, signs because he's your staff. He goes to the bank to try to cash it. If the bank realizes that you did not sign, maybe you come to bank to do something else, and you saw somebody who is presenting your check you didn't give to him, that's the end of that transaction. Are they going to pay him? The signature behind that instrument by which Nigeria is selling 3 million barrels of crude oil every day and sharing the money by which the Fulani can come to Ibadan and become GOC to kill everybody there, by which they can take the port money of Lagos, managing it outside everybody's control since the beginning of Nigeria of 60, controller general. So the instrument by which all of that is being done is that constitution, but it has a signature. And the processes we have run through the last 21 years, which we have discussed with Washington and New York in full, is to pull back that signature in a manner that lands us in only one thing.
And who is going to pull out this constitution, like you said? Washington is not going to pull it out with you. We have.
No, it's not. We're not relying on Washington. We're not relying on Washington.
So,
we showed Washington what we were going to do. We showed Washington what we were going to do. It took them 7 months to interrogate it. They have their own. We presented what they considered a national security emergency for the United States. That was what we took to them to say the ISIS. The same week, Trump declared victory over ISIS. You remember when they had the government shut down? In the period they were talking about the Mexican war. That same week that victory over ISIS was declared by Trump was when something else had brought us to town to tell them, to whisper to the US that the ISIS they thought they had defeated in the Middle East had merely relocated to our space, invited by our own government, invited by the local franchise of that international terror group called Boko Haram, and that if they will listen to us, that we have something that will solve that national security problem for them, because we are in a position to provide a quarantine plan, something that will lock them down into a small space so that the US could go and decapitate them before they finish reinforcing. And the way we presented it, it was interesting enough to them, it was alarming enough to them that they pulled us aside. And the pointsman, the man who was drafted to examine what we had brought for them, was actually the first nominee of Trump for National Security Advisor. So he's not he's somebody very deep. He used to be Assistant Secretary for Defense in Reagan administration. Now, he began to interrogate what we brought, and in a matter of weeks from the time we laid out all of what it was, we were invited back to. He was given mandate to process what it was to something that could become policy that will be pursued by the appropriate agencies of government. So we came back, and they took it through institutional scrutiny. I spoke at the lower house in Capitol Hill on June the 5th in 2019. On the 11th, we were in the Senate leg of it, the same June 2019. By the 16th of July, it was the turn of the State Department to interrogate the outcome of the earlier two. And I'm going to make available to this forum so that we can understand where everybody is coming in into that plan coming from. The two documents that transpired, the one in Congress, in Capitol Hill, where we were talking about the 4 false narratives by which they've deceived the international community. They said it was farmers and herdsmen clash. Then they said the first one was poverty in the Northeast. You remember when they domiciled all the available development capital to pour in
$1 billion, yes.
We told them it is no such thing. that it is not farmers and herdsmen clashing, that it is not banditry, because banditry can mean Yoruba bandit they're stealing cow in Zamfara. It could mean Ijaw bandit beating up people in Meduguri. No, it is ethnic cleansing. We were able to provide proof of what was going on, that it was an ethnic campaign wearing the garment of religion. And therefore, that there's a joint venture between the Fulani and ISIS. You remember in 2014 when ISIS openly exchanged flags with Boko Haram to become ISWA. So we told them who was behind the Boko Haram that did that, and that they pushed their way to government house, and that as we speak, that the entire resources of Nigeria, whether it is monetary or military or even diplomatic, is available to the high command of ISIS, and that if the United States will not come as quickly as they possibly can, that monster will reinforce in our space and come back for them. So what they were doing was to say that the State Department, they then posed a question: what do you want the United States to do? We then presented to them what we have already done as what they could, that is this constitution that we wanted to, we were pushing to take down. The only request we made was for them to listen and understand how our action can invalidate, delegitimize the presence of the people who brought this ISIS to our space in that Sharia belt. And so it's a limited space that if that constitution goes down, there's no union anymore. And if the rest of us are together in this white alliance bloc, it becomes a matter of quarantining them, because the US is already in Niger and Chad and all the spaces around. If we say we're no longer in a union, a third party can come in between and ask everybody to dress back to their own side because of their own national security pursuit. We are not inviting them to come and have mercy on us. The videos and the audios of some of what transpired will be made available to the moderator so they can share with us, so that we can know the source of all these policy actions that the US has taken over Nigeria. And it's a bipartisan alliance we built in Washington. As I speak with you, the Biden administration already has started fulfilling their own part of what Biden committed to at the time he was campaigning, because we told him, look, we're almost done with this problem. If you come, are we going to be set back? He said no. He told us the story of, he told our chaps who confronted him with where we were on the project, with South Africa and his role. He said, look, I understand what you guys are in more than the people dealing with you. Pray that I come through. As I speak with you, he has made a nomination. He has made a nomination that will be central to how, I'm sure we saw the Tom Lantos hearing. The videos you will get will include that original alarm we went to raise about what was coming and how it will affect the US. And so we have taken care of the outside. I already told us what happened from the UN, where they sent a mission to come to establish that our constitution is a source of problem to the global community, because if Nigeria snaps, 200 million people will be looking for refuge everywhere, and the international terror networks will have a new breeding ground to launch at the global community. So the UN already said that. And the US, if you listen to that Tom Lantos hearing, you will see where they're coming from. They've also come in the interest on their own national security interest because of the ISIS and the Al-Qaeda that are now coming, received by our own government. You saw what they did on December the 7th to put Nigeria as country of particular concern and state sponsor of terror. All those things were flowing from that intervention. And more things will happen just on account of US national security interest. So it's not one of those things you came to beg them to come and have mercy on you. It is their national security that is at stake. And that's why both the blue and the red are in cooperation for how they can carry through the project they need, and all of what they need is being handed over to the institutional actors who will carry through.
More questions, sir.
Yes.
So,
all right.
More questions.
There's one important question. There's one important question we have to deal with. People are asking, how exactly would the Constitution be taken down? I had that question, from some of the things that were said. Now, this is the graphic of the action. The 90 days we gave in the proclamation in the force majeure we have declared. This is how we are going to get to where that constitution is out of the way. If we listen to ourselves and do just the little we need to do, we will see the back of this problem inside the first half of this 2021. But if we continue to argue, instead of looking at documents that are on the table and all of the proof of what was done to come to this point, the Fulani will meet us, God forbid, in the wrong place. Now, let's look at this. Let's look at this. We come from this part. We come from this part. It's available digitally. Eventually, we'll send. There are 3 things standing there. The first is election. The second is constitution. The third is the union. It is the union of master and servant we are rejecting. We don't have jet fighters to go now and flush them out of our space. And so we said, how are we going to do that without being, liquidated by superior military firepower? We reasoned, it is the constitution that creates that union. It is the constitution that put all the guns in their hands and took all our assets and everything. What can we do to take down that constitution so that the union is at an end? Are we to do civil disobedience? There must be something you can do. If we go for civil disobedience, again, they have no care for human life. They're going to wipe off as many as turn up. We don't have more lives to throw into it, looking back at what they've done before. And so we said, is there anything that we can manage that will not cost us that kind of blood to compromise that constitution and get it to die? We had many options, but the one we chose is one in which elections are the only means of validating that is renewing the life of the constitution every 4 years. And so, since we have gotten the alliance blocks to repudiate that constitution, I'm sure we remember the 7th of September Solemn Assembly 2017 at Adamasingba Stadium, where the Yoruba went on a solemn assembly. The governors were there, the political actors, the Oni and other traditional rulers were in the place for Yoruba to proclaim to the outside world that they have come to the end of the endurance of this constitution of master and servant as the basis of the Nigerian Union. Before then, the Lower Niger had done a similar solemn assembly in Port Harcourt on the 27th of April in 2015. If we click on our YouTube, on our phone, Solemn Assembly of the Peoples of Lower Niger right now, we will see what happened in that, an extraordinary thing that happened in Port Harcourt, where the known leaders of the agitation for self-determination and across that entire were under one roof. In less than 1 week from when we did that in 2015, in April, by May, we got invitation in less than 1 week, and by May, we were already at the Congress and at the UN, because they were examining what they considered an impossibility. So the Ijaw and the Ogoni and the Efik and the Igbo and the Yoruba can be under one roof at this level because they knew the people in that hall as those who have led the champions of their people for what Nigeria was doing against them. So if we have come together in that manner to take the kind of decisions we took, rejecting that constitution as basis of union and committing ourselves to charter of relationship that will take us forward as one political bloc beyond Nigeria that we have committed also to getting rid of the Nigeria of 1999 Constitution. On the 18th of July in 2018, the Middle Belt replicated. So that was a process we outlined step by step to bring this alliance territory to where everybody had repudiated that constitution. It was when we completed that we came on the 11th of December in 2018 in what we call the Freedom Park Proclamation to tell everybody that all of us have now done everything democratically possible to pull our signature back from this constitution. We will not proceed to any further national elections on account of that mandated by that constitution.
Okay,
And
let's take another question that will give you opportunity to
even what he's saying raises other questions. Which
yes, now what you see on this part, so you can understand this thing you see have been in print for over 11 years, but it wasn't in public space. They didn't know where we were going. Now we have gotten to where we can go to national TV to show them that we had a plan that was adequate to take out the union of debt from our lives without having to go to any war. The Fulani dares not start a war in terms of taking on the whole country. Their strength was always isolating one part, using the other part to beat down this other part. Their strength was always having Britain to arrange the outside world for them, the world powers, everybody look away from what they are doing. All those things have been overtaken by the work we had to do to go to those places and make sure that we lock them out. They can't even come to raise their complaint in the places that now matter. The Britain that cannot put a carrier to sea is no longer the Britain that ruled the seas in 1967. And so we have defeated them at home by getting this alliance together. We have defeated them in their title deed that has our signature, and we got our people to say we didn't make it. And now we have something that is time-bound placed on the table to say, if we can't find common ground in this period, we are going to go unilateral in our exercise of this right. The UN is already stuck with us on the side where we are the ones entitled, not them. It's our self-determination, our inalienable right to self-determination that is compromised by the Constitution they put our signature to. So it's as simple as that.
Tony, so yes, that we are clear.
Yes.
The 90 days ultimatum ends when?
16th of March.
Of this year?
Yes.
Now, my concern, which I raised before now,
yes,
it was not an isolated one. It was,
yes,
yeah, laudable as these programs, are. How
yes,
do we enforce them? One, both in all the regions that we talk about,
yes,
we have both the traditional leaders and also our so-called politicians or leaders,
yes,
who are actually benefiting. All they have to do is allow them to make money and everybody keeps quiet. Most of what you are saying are known to them. We've gone through this several times. They know what is going on. And unfortunately, the moment they find out that you are making progress and they can't reach you as a person, or they can't reach me, they look for, it has worked several times. My question now is, how do we involve those, even the UN will take a governor as our leader, even when we know that the governor is working directly at cross purpose to our benefit. So what do we do at this point?
Differently?
Yeah.
What are we doing differently?
What are we doing differently to be able to capture and perhaps, have these people, or at best to neutralize them?
Well, thank you, sir. If we had if I had come to the end of what I was saying, the answer would have been staring at all of us. What we have here is this portion. You could see there are 3 arrows here: the Lower Niger, the Southwest, and the
there are
Middle Belt.
There are 6 arrows.
No, okay, 6 arrows. There are 3 blocks. There are 3 blocks here: the Lower Niger, the Southwest, and the Middle Belt. What this 90 days, is designed to do is to trigger the mechanism by which these 3 blocks will push down rejecting elections, any further elections on the basis of this constitution. And if they push enough, I'm sure there are some of us with enough engineering, enough knowledge of, all of what will happen if something truncates this. This is where we will land. Can you see?
Yeah, I mean,
now, how do we get there? The political parties, I'm on ground. I just came from the field where the human beings who are going to do this are being organized even in Yoruba land. The political parties are the only ones that contest election, nobody else.
Right.
The case of Amechi has established it from Supreme Court that only political parties contest elections. If we went out as that alliance in 2018 to say that, having taken all these years to organize ourselves to say we will not proceed with this constitution any further, like apartheid constitution that was rejected, the only people who are still planning to renew the life of that constitution in 2023 are the political parties.
Right.
You already identified their percentage. They are less than 1%. In fact, if elections
of the
happen
population.
Today,
yeah.
Less than, not more than 1,500 people will be sworn in on the day of swearing in. 1 president, 36 governors, the House of Reps, maybe 400, 360 of them, 109 senators. Add all the state assemblies, everybody together, 1,500 at the most. You come down to the people who lost the election in one party or the other. By the time you add all of them, add the army, add the police, they all come to less than 1%, because 1% of 200 million is 2 million people. Now, the ordinary people whose lives have been rendered unlivable by that constitution now know. They didn't know before, but by our campaign, they now realize that it is the constitution that is responsible for the guns taken away from them, responsible for the ports of Lagos that belong to Fulani, responsible for the oil of Bayelsa that is now owned by Jigawa people, responsible for the killings. You cannot touch God is the exclusive list on that constitution. Knowing all of this, and now seeing that it is people who they know, who they can match to their house, that are the ones sustaining that constitution by going to election 4 years after 4 years. And so we put it in that proclamation. We're telling the ordinary people, those being killed in the Middle Belt, those facing threat in Yoruba land and the eastern part, to say, we have no other enemy than anybody we find on the side of that constitution. Political parties, they are going in our name, but they've never been there on our behalf. We're in a position to tell them to close shop. We're in a position to compel them to, that they will not allow them to take us to another election. If that is the fight, and Yoruba is tackling their own political party people, and we are tackling our own political party people to say, this constitution by which the winner will govern, there are 5 items to note here. All the problems flow from that constitution, whether it is killing or corruption or electricity that is not there or a future that is compromised, coming from that constitution, number 1. Number 2, the political party, the life of that constitution is renewed only by elections once in 4 years. 3, only political parties contest elections, nobody else. 4, All the political parties, whether PDP or APC or APGA, subscribe to that constitution. 5, no matter who wins, he will have to swear to and govern by that constitution. If you put the 5 together and you are looking for the answer to your situation, that constitution is the reason, the apartheid constitution that makes you slave. We will then come down to say, we will not allow the renewal of the life of that constitution another season. We've endured it for 21 years in 1999. They've been sharing their loot every time they win. Governors go take billions every month. Senators take 50 million every month. And we say, having endured it 5 rounds, we will not go any one more round. Therefore, what will happen right now, and we have declared it, there's nothing I've said here now that I have not said on national television. In fact, on Wednesday, I was on AIT live telling them that the enemy to be tackled by this, by the masses who have been in misery is not the man from Sokoto or Kano. It is that my cousin that is doing political party preparing to drag me to the renewal of this constitution. And we told our people that if we do not undertake that fight, we are only keeping Nigeria for the Fulani to colonize, and they will kill everybody on their path if we do not raise this, if we do not stand up and stop our own people. If that is the fight, let us see how that 1% will be able to defeat everybody. The street corners, everywhere they gather. Yes.
People are really raising up their hands. I know you are trying to explain so that they will understand. People came here with a lot of things on their mind. So I'm going to take Mr. Luke Aneke. I want you to please, our time is fast spent. I want you to please go straight to the question. So order, we have at least about 20 people raising up hands. And our time is gone. Please, short question so we can deal with this.
Okay, Tony, welcome. How are you?
Thank you, Dr. Adeke. Okay. Good to see you, sir.
Thank you.
You are not seeing him. It's only his name.
I saw him before. I saw it. I will see him.
Okay, I'm not going to ask about the constitution and how it's taken down, since you have spoken on it. What I want to know is if the Yorubas buy into the movement of indigenous nationalities for self-determination, if they buy into it and they become part of it, is it going to exist side by side with the movement for New Nigeria, or will the movement for New Nigeria please and give way to the new movement of indigenous
nationalities? Fading off.
Yes, I got the question.
Okay, good.
I got the question. The answer is that the movement for New Nigeria, which is actually movement for No Nigeria, has delivered on its own mandate. The alliance of the organizations that were calling their people to come out and exercise their right to self-determination, the MNN has completed its task in bringing us to the point at which these nationalities have come out in their own name to begin to activate the right of self-determination at the level that is represented by that proclamation of December 16, 2020. And therefore, it's a special purpose. The MNN was a special purpose vehicle for that task to take down that constitution. As I speak with you, only those, I'm sure some of us saw Professor Yadudu's alarm when he got wind of what was coming. Yadudu was the Abacha man that processed that constitution into being, because Absalami retained him. Yadudu raised the alarm that the people going at the foundation of that constitution are going to compromise the legal basis of the Nigerian Union. Google this, search it out. It was Guardian newspaper that reported it. Yadudu raised the alarm that if such were to happen, the kind of action we are planning, that the legal basis of the Nigerian Union will be unhinged. That's the word he used. He said it will be unhinged. And then we threw a party because that was what we set out to do since 1999, to unhinge the legal basis of the criminal enterprise and free everybody who was held in bondage in it. On the 16th, the proclamation of 16th October, 16th December, if the proclamation of one person sitting in one corner of England in the name of the crown was enough to create Nigeria in 1914, are we to then say that the joint proclamation of 130 people who represent, every one of them represents something? If you come to the Middle Belt and Jonah Jang and people at his level, Professor Turaki, are signing, and you come to the eastern part, the head of Pandev sign, the head of Middle Belt Congress sign, the head of everybody who could say, if their people were gathered today, the international committee will say, what have these people said? Our proclamation, our joint proclamation, is more than adequate to prove back that signature from what was. Anybody who hasn't read that can please go to www.freedom from Nigeria and search out the document in the portion we call Steps to Our Freedom. www.freedomfromnigeria.com. You go to the portions that is titled Steps to Our Freedom. You will find that document and some of the other key documents of the process. If you read it in full, you will see exactly how this matter will play out. If you have not read it, these questions will continue to spring up. As for the elected leaders, the governors and the other people, they are being engaged and they have nowhere to turn to right now. In fact, the confidence you saw, the confidence you are beginning to see from some of them is on account of they are embracing this as the way to, because from that 16th of December in 2020, we have removed that obstacle. That constitution was the reason you couldn't touch gun before. In fact, that was what I went to TV to tell them on Wednesday last week, that impediment is out of the way. Everything that constitution prevented you from doing, get ready to do it now, including armed self-defense. We have activated our right to self-determination at the level that admits armed self-defense. But we have to bring in that those are our elected, our political, actors to be a part of how, so that it doesn't, just that for the same reasons Amotekun had to be put in front before Igboho and OPC came. Nobody, no constitution. You had when Malami, all of the people speaking on behalf of the federal government and the Fulani have been pointing at that constitution as reason the Fulani can come to do anything. You saw the governor in Bauchi saying so. You saw the Attorney General Malami saying so. You saw the spokesman Garba challenging the governor of Oyo and governor of Ondo and everybody. And Tom, they say, oh, the 1999 constitution permit them to come to everywhere. They are the end of their 200-year reign. I can assure us, if we can bring our minds out of fear.
Dr. Aneke actually believes that the Yorubas are yet to be part of that movement. They are.
No, the Yorubas, Professor Akintoye is the one marketing this plan to everybody across the board.
Let me
Yoruba is the inner core of it. They are ahead of everybody. If our people can do 1/4 of what Yoruba has already done, we will be home and dry by now.
Okay.
Can I contribute to this?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
Number one, I have gotten quite some explanation from Mr. Nadi, and I'm grateful for the information. I'm grateful for the information. I will have some areas of questioning and some area of disagreement. The first thing I would like to say, just before I forget, is that since you mentioned Professor Rokpo Shekoni,
yes, sir,
as part of the participating group in one shape or form, please ask him to give you a copy of this book.
All right.
The book that I introduced earlier on.
Yes.
And you will see that when Nigeria was still thought of as a possible idea,
yes,
actually the essays in here were collected from speeches made at the 60th birthday of Rocco Shekuni.
Okay.
So that's why I said go to him.
Right.
But it is important for you to have him and perhaps to even share whatever you get with him with the rest of the group.
Yes, sir.
Second thing, I applaud the steps that you have taken.
Yes, sir.
And Alagbabaji Ayiloge has also been concerned about how to get those steps implemented.
Yes.
I'm going to break it as follows.
Yes, sir.
The steps are already being implemented. It's just that it's not by you.
Yes.
Or by anybody else that subscribes to the steps. It's being implemented by people who should oppose it as follows. As we are talking, fire is burning in Ibadan.
Yes.
We are talking.
Yes.
It is part of the conflagration set up by the hoodlums,
yes,
as well as the reaction of the people to such conflagration. So the thing that will educate the everyday person
already happening
in our space to the need for change is already being implemented by the Fulani themselves.
Yes.
I don't know what of it they are doing in Eastern Nigeria. Some of it in Barapa, in Lagos, in Ibadan, and once you get to Ibadan,
you are at the end of the road.
You have reached Yoruba because Ibadan. It started out as a war camp in the early 1800s. So it is ironical that I'm not saying that what is happening is perfect. I'm not saying that it is permanently definitive, but it is a beginning that you guys haven't even reached in terms of sensitizing the people, educating the people practically on the danger that they confront. It's been brought home, or is being brought home to them.
Yes.
And that's helpful.
Yes.
But the concern from the rest of the quarters are those who are, I mean, certainly I identify with Alagbabanji Ayiloge, because the revolution that this will bring, since there are people who will feel injured by its success, they are not going to be sitting down lazily waiting for things to happen. They are going to try and do something to frustrate it.
Yes. Yes.
The paper agreement about the Constitution being dead and all of that is factually, legally true. But factually, politically, the people that you hope will rise to our occasion to make those things real, at home and abroad, have interests that we do not necessarily know how to finger. And they have artifices that will hunt with the hunters and run with the hounds. I hope you understand me.
Yes.
So reliability.
We have an inventory. Go ahead, sir. We have an inventory on all of that across the alliance territory.
Yeah. So I'm talking now about the people outside. They benefit no matter what.
Yes.
They stand to benefit no matter what. So how they do the calculation of who to support, why to support them, often has nothing to do with the humanitarian approach or compulsion that you and I imagine. So that is what brings us to Banji is vision.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day,
Yes.
at the end of the day, we will, if we are resolute about what we want to do, we shall overcome. But let's not minimize the help that we are getting in that direction by the Fulani herders. They are making the case. And
they are God sent. They are God sent. They are God sent to free up.
The reaction in Ibadan is yesterday is evidence enough, or is some evidence, maybe it's not enough, that the Fulani are actually helping us to fight our war. And finally, sir,
Yes, sir.
I want to suggest that you cannot say that MNN has completed its assignment. No, it might be the end of a beginning, but it is also the beginning of some end that we are yet to achieve.
Thank you. Olori Grace Sidani, are you still raising up your hand?
Thank you, my sister, and thank you, Lawyer Tony. I really appreciate all that you have explained, because one of my questions is, after the proclamation of December 16, 2020, in which you mentioned the 90 days on one of our programs that I saw, and the 90 days is going to lapse in March.
Yes.
What I think, sometimes I just wonder what is going to happen after the 90 days. And on top of that, having listened to you tonight, I know we have a lot of work in our hands. Yoruba nation is one of the things that we are agitating for. And now, from the advert that is already out there about bringing the 1999 Constitution, you can see that it's not moving fast with, the advert. Yeah. Because a lot of us still believes that we need to go outright for the Yoruba nation. But from what you've explained tonight, it's like we need to bring down the Constitution first and then take the next step. What I want to know is, after the 90 days in March, what will happen?
Thank you. Two things very quickly. The collapse of that, if that constitution collapses in this February, if it comes to where the system is compelled to agree with us, with this majority that is now coming to the street, including those who did end SARS. You saw skirmishes that happened in Lagos yesterday. We were the ones who asked them to pull back until we roll out this comprehensive engagement with the source of their problems, which they didn't know. They were supposed to be signatories to this, but at the last minute, they reasoned differently to say, the government already froze accounts and charged them to court, that they may become easy prey because the government already has something on them. That is better the rest of us will sign, but that since they have seen that this is the source of the entire their future that is sold, that the task will be for them to do what they need to do to get that document down. If those who seek Odua nation, if that document comes down today, that same day it comes down, your sovereignty is on the table. It will just be a matter of documenting that reality that will be left. Nothing more. As it is for you, so it is for those who want Biafra. Only referendum. And that referendum, you already know what will happen today if you go to referendum. Forget the political noise. If Yoruba go to referendum today amongst their people, I can report to you, because even today, I'm in the midst of those who will be voting. And I can report from Ife, I can report from Ibadan, I can report from Osogbo, Akure. The people are already out. We are the ones dragging them, to say, let's go easily. As it is in Yoruba space, so it is in the other places. The collapse of that constitution, 90% of the work to get to where you are going is to do this little needful. And we even have reduced the task a lot further. If we stop the political parties in the first quarter of 2020, if we stop the political parties from carrying on in the plan for 2023 by going to engage them in the street corners, not at the national headquarters of Abuja. Political party close shop, all of you, now. If you don't close, we will fight with you until somebody defeats the other. If we don't do that fight, we are just waiting for Fulani to get to our own doorstep. If we do that fight in the first quarter of 2021, that's why I said that we can see the back of this problem before June. That's how close we are to complete exit from this madness the world calls Nigeria. As for what will happen after 90 days, we wrote it in the proclamation where we said that if after 90 days they've not turned up to come to table for us to sort out this matter under the roof, that the alliance will be reconsidering, that's the South and the Middle Belt, will be reconsidering their allegiance to that constitution. We will not explain that beyond what we have already said. We will reconsider our allegiance to that constitution. We already offered them the biggest concession to say a transitioning that will accommodate existing governance structures. We're not anarchists. We say let those in government house remain for the period of this, provided that that discussion is going on. The discussion as indicated in the 5 points of demand. And I will urge everybody who is involved in thinking for our people at this time to find the 20 minutes or 30 minutes to read that proclamation in full. It's being studied in places of decision making across the world. Those who are in that place where it will happen, if they do not look at it, they may become casualties or some victim of it. The train has already moved. Anybody who does not know what it is all about may find himself on the rail track. That's what it is.
Okay, let's take some more questions.
Thank you.
Okay, I see your hands up.
Your voice is gone again.
Need to face the speaker.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear now.
Mr. Isaac Adeyemi.
Thank you very much, ma'am. I went quickly to the website that Mr. Naji directed us to. I went quickly to the website that Mr. Naji directed us to. And
yes.
The first thing that struck me was that we are still gathering signatures for what we are trying to achieve. Is that correct? If so, how many signatures do you need to convince people to help in actualization of what you're looking for? That's number one. I scrolled all the way down. I saw that, you asked a question on the website, and the question is, do you want to end legitimate 1999 constitution? That was the question. And I saw that only 580 votes. What kind of publicity do you have that only 580 you have? And a related question is, you mentioned Professor Akitoye has been involved in this. Because Professor Akitoye came on the forum, that is working with UNPO, which has nothing to do with the United Nations. And he and his organization they were celebrating the fact that UNPO admitted them as number 45th and the Igbo organization as number 46. The question is, what is the relationship? If you have an instrument of United Nations that can help you actualization and in actualizing your dream, why is another group going after UNPO?
Okay.
Right.
Can you hear
very
me?
quickly,
Yes.
your three questions. Very quickly. The first question about the number of people needed, what will solve this problem will happen on the streets of Ibadan, on the streets of Port Harcourt, on the streets of Jos, by the people who are in that fire. The reason we went to talk to the international community, it is the reality you create that they will have to work with. The signature, the petition we put there is just to keep the information, spreading some more, because any one person that is a campaign tool. If anybody is thinking we're going to wait for some white man to leave out his own multitude of problems to come and sort out what will happen in all the documents all these things we're showing you here are things that the people who are in that problem took their time to craft and put in place mechanisms for driving it to where it will yield the outcome they want. For the people that went to UNPO and all kinds of things, that was the limited knowledge some of the people had at the time, and Akintoye will not ask them not to. And some of the information that had come to town from December were things we were concealing from the public. And so you saw the Biafra group who was wicked that went to say UNPO is not even related to, it's not an organ of the UN, but that popularity was the populists, the people think that something is going on somewhere. Professor Akintoye, the 80% of what is going on is covert. You understand? The people don't even know, because if the system knew that something of this depth was going on before we finally came public with it, they probably would have started running while it was daylight. But it's too late for them to run anywhere now concerning trying to stop anybody. That's about the petition. The numbers you see there amount to nothing. Those who could not touch gun yesterday, those who are now faced, you saw the governor of Bauchi saying that the headers are at liberty to carry AK-47, but the farmers who are being shot will not carry AK-47 because the constitution says so. That constitution is out of the way. And if they want to make it a rifle show, I can assure you they stand no chance. They are just throwing themselves all over the place now because our people have not woken up. And the reason I'm awake at this time, I've been awake since 3 a.m. I've been addressing various meetings today, just like all the other people, some of our people who are in this program now have been doing all kinds of things all day, trying to disseminate this information, let it go quickly around to our people that the prison gates are open right now. That constitution is dead. We only need to stand up and move as directed by those who brought it down to where we begin to march out of it. There's nothing standing our way. The Fulani dares not take on the whole country in terms of we are going to defeat you.
Okay.
They can't even allow that to begin to asking them to please just pull their cows out of everybody's forest. A few days ago, they know that the end has come. They are trying all kinds of things to see whether there's something that will stabilize the situation for them anymore, and just even briefly. But again, Providence is moving, causing them to make more mistakes in going to stoke up. They've lost control of the people who are causing the mayhem we're talking about. The ones who know what will happen, the Yadudu type of people that know that that constitution is now the instrument that admits them to our space in the first place, that gives them the gun we cannot touch. All those things are gone with the wind. And is just for our people to calm down, look at what has been placed on the table, because we were hiding it from the system. That's why they didn't see it before now. Speed is going to be important. Let those who can read and explain to other people. Let those who have internet presence spread the information. When we're talking about constitution, people thought we were going to fix constitution. They saw movement for New Nigeria as something trying to preserve. It's actually that broken map tells you the story. If the constitution goes down and we went for the jugular, our signature, we're not asking for any amendment or anything. We're not taking one alphabet to say it's a fraud. We don't have a constitution, therefore we don't have a union. And we cannot continue to pretend that we have a union. And people are coming to our space in the name of that instrument to come to kill our people. We say it must be brought to an end in this period. If they don't come for us to do it together, unilateral actions in self-determination will be escalated to everybody's maximum capacity. Let's see where they go with that. What are our options? If we don't do this, what exactly are we going to say we'll do?
Okay, let me take another question.
Right.
Professor Oyewole Adeyemo. Okay.
Please give me one moment. I have to support the phone with power bank is running out of power. One moment.
Adeyemo, you are on the floor. You have the floor.
All right. Thank you, Lawyer Tony.
Yes, sir.
I've been following what you have been doing over the years. And I actually appreciate your effort and your energy. Like you said, speed is of essence.
Yes.
And before I ask my question, I want to let you know that I will take your phone number from the organizer of this event, if you allow.
Yes.
Okay. So what is going on with the Congress in Nigeria? I'm told they have a committee reviewing the Constitution.
Yes.
Are you aware of that? And how are you putting that in your calculation? I read the proclamation of December 2020. I read everything from the beginning to the end.
Yes.
Yeah. My question is this.
Yes, sir.
Delta State, there are a lot of people there who don't want to go with the old Biafra. I think they want to keep their oil. And Fulanis also want to keep on encouraging them not to go with any group. The Middle Belt, they are not unified. The Jos people, the Makurdi people, the Benue people, Kogi people, they still have a problem of coming together as one. The Cross River people, they still don't have their mind of going together with the Igbos. It is probably only in the West that they are more unified. Even in the West too, they still have a problem because the West wants to bring the Yorubas that are in Kogi and Kwara to join with the Yorubas. So what are we doing to make sure that all those little fragmentations will have a mind that can bind together and at least get themselves independent before we can be settling the internal problems in the East or in the Middle Belt and so on. Because it's still difficult to get the people in the Benue Plateau, even southern Kaduna, to work with people in Benue or in Kwara or Kogi.
I can report.
And this is for you, please.
Yes,
after this meeting, get all those nice presentations you have in a PowerPoint,
right,
so that you can make it easy for us to follow you in a PowerPoint, and you can always
no problem.
Better next time. Thank you.
Okay. I'll take the questions in the order they came. National Assembly doing amendments. If you go back to the proclamation, you will see where we told them for the umpteenth time that the legislative mandate of the National Assembly doesn't extend to constitution making. The National Assembly is only to make laws according to constitution. Our contention is that we have not made any constitution. We're not going to take one alphabet in all of whatever happens to the substantive document takes away everything they do. They're just deceiving themselves. We actually say they're committing treason. They're continuing the treason Absalom Abaka started in 1999 against all of us because of the benefits they get for themselves. On Wednesday last week, and you're going to see the video of a live AIT program where we said to them that if in the midst of their obduracy, if in the midst of their obstinacy, things snap, that they should realize that they will be the first targets of their own people, whom they are betraying in the manner of trying to uphold and defend a constitution that enslave and impoverish them. Let them not be in any doubt or confusion in their mind as to how it came to be. That right now, that constitution that is killing their people is on the verge of being taken down, but that they are struggling to help the enemy to preserve it by pretending they are amending a document we say we didn't make. So let them declare that they are standing with the enemy in that action they are taking, and that it will carry consequences if things snap. So let us just forget about them. They know that they are not talking to us. That they know that they are not doing anything on our behalf. Second, the question of Delta not wanting to come. The president of the Lower Niger Congress is from this Delta, Shekiri. The person who nominated him to be president of Lower Niger Congress is Asserting, who, at the inaugural presentation of Lower Niger Congress to the public after 10 years of operating completely on the ground. And I can report to you that what you are saying, what you are talking about is you are speaking from what you see from the noise in the public space. What Nnamdi Kanu and his so-called Biafra is doing, I can report to us here, and I know there are able people present here, and I've had cause to say so to foreign media houses, including BBC. Nnamdi Kanu is a fraud. He's not involved in the attempt to extricate ourselves from Nigeria. I sat down with him before he began what the broadcasts they were doing on the internet. The person that set up the radio station in London was Owazurike. They fell out in 2012. And those who knew what we were doing asked him to come home to see the plan within which that outcome can be achieved. He came and sat down 4 hours with me in my Victoria Island office. And I showed him this plan on behalf of the Lower Niger Congress to say, like we have done with all the groups doing one Biafra thing or the other, at the last count, 42 different Biafra organizations. Not one of them has a map of the territory that they're talking about. They just say Biafra. I said to him, there are 8 points we put on the table. Some 8 points that of strategy that any one of them you don't have answers for will make you fail. The first is the map of the territory. Where does this Biafra begin? Where does it end? None of them has any answer that can stand the test of scrutiny for 5 minutes. In all that noise you see. When I asked him, he said to me, oh, everybody knows where Biafra is. I said to him, the people, if you talk of Biafra of 1967, that's the most recent. There could be some prehistoric Biafra that occurs as far down into Angola or into Equatorial, Central African Republic. When you go to the maps of the 16th and 17th century, you will see some Biafra of the era. There was a reason the Portuguese called that body of water Bight of Biafra. So there was some talk of Biafra, but are you going to now collapse 7 countries to restore the Biafra that spreads all the way to Angola and spreads all the way to Central African Republic in year 2021? If you go back to the one of 1967, it was eastern region of the time. Asaba was not in it, all the way to Abo. And all of Delta and Edo for now, they were Midwest at the time. And the eastern minorities that did not go with you as at that time, you sit in London, the suspicion then was Igbo will swallow you. That was what the British sold to them. That was what Nigeria sold to them. And you sit in London and say you restore Biafra and you are supreme leader of it. And all of you are Igbo people shouting it. Your second in command is Igbo. You come to Chukwu Okike Abiyama. How does it sound in the ear of the Ijo or the Ogboni? This is what we have done. This is the map of the territory we're talking about. That lower Niger map of 1885, definite map. These are the people in it, and these are the discussions we have had with them, documented. The UN already had copies of all the things that as we were bringing them out, they were landing in places we were hoping to go to, only to go to meet them there. And these are the things we still have a chart of relationship that will spell out what they are willing to do among themselves as a block of 70 million people. The third question, for that second question of, have you ever gone to discuss with them that you want to do some kind of union with them, you now call Biafra? He said, oh no, don't bother with them. They don't understand what we are discussing. They are going to, that they messed up the first one, but when we begin to do Biafra, they will come along. That was his answer to me. I went to the third question. There is a constitution on the table by which Nigeria is holding onto these territories, by which the army is stationed in your backyard and the police at your doorstep. What are you going to do about what that constitution empowers? If that constitution is not taken down, and you, as much as say you want to do this, they can shoot you from afar and then nothing will happen. You are criminalized for even saying so. How much more taking steps? He said, oh no, you guys are still discussing Constitution of Nigeria. We are doing Biafra. That was his answer to me. I asked him the fourth question because for each question, I will show him what we have done. I said to him, 75% of the hurdle, the obstacle before us is how to get that constitution out of the way. And that these are the things we have done in getting rid of that constitution. From the time we did Pronaco to when we went to court in 2007 to when we did the proclamation that brought about that broken map and the alliances we have built, the things we've gone to do in New York and Washington around that constitution, as at the time I was discussing with him, 2013. Now, he says he doesn't even understand that the constitution is the problem that has to be solved. Like apartheid was the problem of the black in South Africa, not people in government house. I went to the next one to say, before in the 1967 episode, things went wrong and we say, oh, we are fed up, we will leave, now. And Nigeria, the owners of Nigeria assembled an alliance that surrounded us 360 degrees, and it was difficult to hold through. What is your answer with the kind of broadcast you are making, accusing Yoruba of all kinds of things, insulting the Ijo of all kinds of things, telling Middlebelt they killed you before you're coming to kill them back? How are you that we see a necessity to build an alliance that will bring all of these people together to take down that constitution and all of that, so that we don't isolate ourselves and get into where, Nigeria again comes to prevail? He rejected every single thing, including the next question where I said, by what mechanism would this Biafra be actualized? I mean, assuming there must be some way that the thing comes to a head. We have a plan that will culminate in referendum. This is what we have done about that plan. We've gone to the UN, and the people who will deal with it at the UN, at the level of Security Council, they have explained all of what we need to do on our part, and this is how far we've gone in it. He says, oh no, don't talk about referendum. Anybody who talks about referendum, we will kill him because Nigeria will rig referendum. I said to him, the referendum we're talking about, because I was directly involved in how the instrument from the UN came. There's nobody, there's no Nigerian today that can tell me anything about how this right can be exercised, because I was involved in how it came. And I've been to the UN headquarters from the time it came to ask the people in charge what we must look out for to be able to get to where we're going. It's not their business. It's the reality we create that they will document. And so he says to me, don't talk about referendum again. Otherwise, you will become our enemy. Nigeria will rig. I say it's not for Nigeria to do it, for a UN mandated referendum that the LNC is pursuing for the territory. The next question, what is your plan about the existing governance structure? We have a plan that will go through a transitioning in which those in government, there will be dates and timelines for when things will go to where everybody agrees or the realities have compelled things to go. He says, oh, conquer and occupy, that the people will not listen. You saw what happened in 2015. It was in furtherance of that conquer and occupy. He says that when they broadcast and infuriate young people sufficiently, that those young people come out agitating, and of course the system will shoot at them, that when enough of them get shot, the international community will come and declare Biafra, just declare Biafra. Declare Biafra is all that, and the strategy for getting to that point is to get enough people killed. The killings, the Operation Python dance came from that reasoning. The MNA killings came from that reasoning. We saw Obibo, it came from that reasoning. Now we have again seen the video of what do they call Eastern Security Network. They just went and shot a video of people going into forest to beat up Fulani and kill soldier. In all of that, just a scam that is costing blood and destroying what took many years to build. You were abusing all these people for these 7 years. So all of the story, all of what people think is happening in Igbo space is more or less colored by what they hear from the noise of people who say they want Biafra.
Sorry about what you do with the kids and what Ibadan was on fire last night.
Am I still on?
That sounds real. Yes, you are on.
So I'm just informing Prof that all of that noise has not much to do. I'm sure some of us saw the videos and pictures of discussions and agreements with the White House and Trump and all of that. Photoshop. As at today, 14th, or we are now at 15th. As at this 15th day of let me be sure whether it's 14 or 15. Okay, we're already at 15. As at this 15th day of February, to tell you the depth of the scam we're talking about, as at this 15th day of February in 2021, not a single official of the United States government in any branch or department has ever been in any meeting within Nnamdi Kanu. Everything you saw was Photoshop and propaganda. I am the one that I'm the one that led the team to all the places that anything that could be called U.S. government, whether it's in Congress or on the executive branch, and they actually told me in January of 2019 that they had verified that we had nothing to do with Nnamdi, because I just removed him from my radar from that 2013. When he got into trouble, I went to court without talking to him, because I have been privileged to dismantle 3 treason trials in Nigeria before then. The one of Asari, the one of Wazirike, and the one of Henry Oka. When they grabbed him, with all the damages he had done as at the time, I just went to Abuja. And between myself and the team that was already there, led by one senior advocate, we got an order for unconditional release. Justice Ademola that gave that order Buhari did not obey the order. Rather, he bundled Ademola and his wife into the dock to say, if you don't want this rascal to be in prison, then you and your wife will go to prison. After all of that, he still went back doing what he was doing. We went to Kuje in 2017. We got that order at the close of 2015. When they didn't release him, I still had to come to be part of the political solution. We went to Kuje to have a discussion with him, and then he told the delegation led by Soludo that came to Kuje in 2017, all of what transpired, that everything I told him in 2013 had now turned out to be true. It was that day in Kuje, February 28, 2017. That was the first day Nnamdi Kanu now accepted in the presence of those 14 people that came that referendum was the way to go. And that was what was taken back to government. That became the basis of releasing. Then he comes out and he began. So in all of this, it was damage upon damage. The Niger Delta that already embraced what we were saying began to say, because every response you hear, which is what Prof is talking about, the last speaker, every response you hear towards that Biafra thing, they were responding to Nnamdi Kanu as if he's the spokesman of Igbo people worldwide. He's not involved in what we are doing. And when the time comes, people are going to be in shock when he will be asked to show what part of this complex engagement he participated in, other than collecting money from our people and pretending he's doing it. The people who are being killed in Aba and Onitsha, in the name of Biafra they are restoring, were actually believing that he had concluded the business in Washington. It's just a matter of announcement that is left, whereas there was nobody being engaged anywhere.
Let me take another question, sir. Mr. Batunde J. Aguirre, okay, you are unmuted. Ask your question. We have many people. Let's just go straight to the question. I'm coming, Mr. Query. After, let's go straight to the question, please.
All right, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
All right, Mr. Nnamdi, I want to commend you for all the.
Where are you joining us from? Where did you join us? Where are you from?
I'm in the US right now.
Huh?
I'm in the US right now, United States.
Oh.
I can't hear him anymore.
You look.
Yeah, that's why I was asking. Yeah.
I'm in US. I'm in US.
Okay.
US.
Yeah. If you in US here, it should be more clearer. Something is wrong with the internet is not stable. So
my Nigerian phone. Not. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Okay. No, I can't hear you. I know you are speaking, but something is wrong with the connection.
Okay, well, let me call somebody else. We're going to try you again. Jare, Mr. Jare. I don't know whether it's Mr. or Mrs. Jare.
Yes. My name is Jare Ojekali.
Okay.
I'm calling from Canada, Calgary.
Okay.
Right.
Yeah, I've attended this meeting with Tony several times. I attended the launching, and I've been seeing a great job doing. Thank you very much. But my question is, I've been campaigning with my friends in the Yoruba lands, in Igbo lands, in South, in Middle Belt. But the question they are throwing to me now is that whatever happened, whatever is going on, they want Tony, Nandi, and Mwasi Apple to resolve their issue now for the benefit of this struggle, for the benefit of coming generation. In Yoruba land, we have 207 agitators now, and they're all dealing with Professor Obanji. He said, leave all of them together. We want Nandi and Kano to work together now. Kanu have supporter. We don't doubt about it. Whatever is limitation, whatever is doing, he has said a lot of things concerning my leader Yoruba, but I'm forgiving him for this struggle. Tony, we need Kanu now. Please, whatever we take to resolve this issue, we don't want to hear anything, any disagreement between you and Kanu at this stage.
What is the disagreement? What is the disagreement? We have a plan that can work.
Tony,
he's pouring. No, listen. We put things that will work. We put Nigeria is built on fraud. That is why it's collapsing. Anything built on fraud will collapse. I will not build on fraud. This fellow is clear-minded. The noise they are making. In the coming days, we will be on the streets of Aba. We were on the streets of our homeland before the madness began, and we decided to leave it for the time being to go and do the strategic things first. By the time we come back, let us see that is crowd on the streets of Aba and Onitsha. Nothing can be built on a foundation of fraud. And you are wasting innocent blood in the manner you see him doing.
Okay, so let's take another question. Alagba Otumba.
Thank you.
Otumba Akin Awofolaju. You are on. I did unmute you. I want you to please.
Okay. I want to applaud our brother Nandi Tony, Barrister Tony. Your root cause analysis is spectacular. But there's some fundamental things that we need to think. Some of us, we've been in this struggle for some time now. And some of our struggle has been even taken to the United Nations. But I see some factors which are very fundamental that we overlook all the time. The Fulanis are very strategic, and they are very few in number. They're very powerful, extremely powerful. There's an angle we are looking at right now that even the representative of Nigeria in the United Nations, the top officer is a Fulani. And the second in command to the United Nations is Fulani. And why diplomacy and all other options are still on the table? I know at the end of the day, diplomacy is going to be the main factor. All this infighting, I think we need to concentrate our efforts on a very strategic and tactical approach to get to where we're going. So what is your organization doing as regard to those fundamentals I just mentioned? Because if I recall vividly, post-colonial era, we have about 4 constitutions. And I'm talking about 1963, 1979, and 1999, and I think 93. Those constitutions addressed some specific thing. And if you look at the architect of those constitutions, we have Igbo, we have Yoruba that are behind it. And I'm very glad when you mentioned Bernard Wabwezi, somebody I read a lot about. I met him a couple of times. He was an instrument of the 1999 Constitution, you know very well. So those people, like, I know, I forgot so every man called Lawyer Association. There's so many people we have like that. And when we carry on this struggle, we don't put any demand, but they are always there at the end of the glory that they will play their role and they will set up a million step backwards. And we cannot overlook this kind of situation. I remember vividly when Ekremadu was the deputy Senate leader. 45 of us from the diaspora, we put together amendment proposal for 1999 Constitution. I still have the document. If you want, I will send it to you. We went to the floor of National Assembly. We presented it in a very professional way, very analytical way. None of it was implemented. Part of it was decentralized police in Nigeria. We know that the fight we are fighting today The Fulani are in the minority, but they are very strategically placed in every sphere of governance, and it's a fact. So what are we doing to overcome those obstacles? Because it's really coming.
Well, for the first time since they began their run, for the first time, something deeper, something a lot more strategic than all of what they were doing all this while has happened to them. And they didn't see it coming. And that was the way it was designed. It was designed to sail like submarine to their harbor. And while they were busy chasing all kinds of kayaks and canoes and speedboats in the opposite direction, the submarine has sailed to their harbor now. I will take the questions in the sequence you asked them. As of the United Nations, Amina they put there was in response. It was when they found out that we had gone deep into that system and that they didn't even know when we got there. We were there quietly since 2012 to date, but we sealed our lips and we're doing the things we were doing. It was only in 2015 that some of the videos of what we came to do, got into, because 3/4 of what we do are not, you don't get to know until when it's too late to be able to do anything about it. Amina Mohammed is not at the level where the question of Nigeria will go to UN Security Council. And when you have business to do at the UN Security Council, it's not people like Amina Mohammed that will decide. It is the countries that have the vote at that Security Council that you must go to engage and sell the plan to them, your plan to them, in a manner that enables them go take on the balance of the people in that council. And that was what we went first with the economic side of the discussion. We concluded that before Obama became president in 2008, we lost some time on account of what Obama and Hillary and Kerry did in the period that followed. But in that same period, if anybody wants to know where this matter will land, if anybody knows where this matter will end, Google up a report of 2013 titled Nigeria's Unity in the Balance by the U.S. Army War College in Pennsylvania. Nigerian Unity in the Balance, that's the title. Go to page 50 and see, in fact, from beginning to the end, you will think we wrote that report. If you are privy to what we set out to do, that report was merely telling Washington that this matter is now too late for anybody to reverse. I'm sure you remember in 2005 when John Negroponte and his team raised alarm that there was something going on, that Nigeria will be history by 2015. What they were talking about, they stumbled across the plan at the time we were still keeping it from everybody else. This is the 20-year plan that have been implemented now. This was what John Negroponte and co. So everything we have done from that 1999 to date. And when they saw it, they said that, this is unusual. Black people don't make 20-year plans. And as at the time they were seeing it, it was already too far gone to be pulled back. They came to Nigeria. John Negroponte and his team came. The person they could identify his name in the whole plan was Enohoro. So they went to him, and Enohoro laughed at them and said, there's somebody who can answer your question. And I was called in. The Consul General of the U.S., people from State Department, 6 people were with Negroponte and his team in that meeting. After about 3 hours, it dawned on them that, because since they already found out the much they found out, we put all the documents on the table to show them what we had in our hands that informed our reasoning. And they now saw that the people who were doing this are not. I left. They did a lot of research, but they had to go to do another round of research after our engagement, and they saw that the people they were talking. I went to the university from the NDA, and I'm not a stranger to that circle. There's nobody in my class that is less than rank of Major General in the three services as of today. They talk to me from the war front to date. And I went into the oil industry. I left in 1998 from a senior executive position. There's nobody left in NNPC today that can come to argue with me on what it costs to produce crude on land, in water, in swamp, or in the desert, or what it takes to do refinery, any part of those things. But I left all the same on account of this thing that the documents we saw behind the operations of the five producing Shell and the other companies. And I'm just informing you that the depth of what we have in place is beyond the scope of the ragtag. It was because nobody had ever challenged what the Fulani and the British were doing all this while. But for the first time, something deeper than what they could put together has happened. And I can assure you that they are not as strategic. They're just, you can see their strategy now. You can see the working of their strategy. Go and shoot. That's all they know how to do. But guns are going to be useless. Those guns are going to be useless as matters escalate going forward because of the things that have been put in place in all kinds of places. The people coming to jump at people are just the ones in the forest now. They've lost control of people they brought to bulldoze their way to power. Those ones are now kidnapping. They know where to find guns. Libya is upside down. Let me show you what the US is working with, so that we don't waste our time on what a Fulani strategy will, boil down to down the road. Where is that? Yes, I found it. Take a close look at this. This is West Africa. You understand? If you look closely, you will see Nigeria in the portion that you see Nigeria about here, and the Sharia territory in red there. All of the this is what has informed the current US policy on Nigeria. This is what all their experts, this is what has been adopted as we said to them that ISIS is looking at the whole of this area circled in red. The only thing remaining for them to declare that caliphate they couldn't establish in the Middle East is for them to overrun the balance of Nigeria here, to have enough. Chad is here bigger than Nigeria. Niger is here bigger than Nigeria. Mali is here bigger than Nigeria. Libya is already out of contention. Libya has come undone. And Sudan, you know what happened there. So in all of that, the US is face to face with an opportunity to prevent a terrible catastrophe in which these forces seize this space, because it will cost America blood. And all of what will happen is dictated by that reality. And the answer of all the answers they were trying to devise, the one we brought to them, and the documents are going to be made available because the policies have all been rolled out. Both the one they did in December and the one they did in March, and the executive order of June 2nd, and now this December 2020, December 7th of 2020, designation of Nigeria as a country of particular concern. Everything that we need to have to work together. Where was Amina Mohammed when the special rapporteur was dispatched from the UN to come to Nigeria, and then that team came out with a verdict that Nigeria's constitution was a pressure cooker for injustice that has become a threat to the global community, because Nigeria was bound to snap if nothing is done to address that unworkable constitutional arrangement that is responsible for all this blood flow everywhere, because terror networks will seize the space. And this is the size of the territory that the terror networks could grab. The whole of West Africa will be gone. And then when you combine that with what has happened there elsewhere, you discover that the global community will be paying in blood, nothing else. So they don't bother with Amina Mohammed and others.
Yeah, let me take more questions. Our time is fast spent. And there are still people. Atokun, Abolaji Ayobami, you are on. Atokun, are you here? I'll go ahead and get
I'm meeting everybody. Mr. Tony Nandi, I just want to say appreciate you and thank you very much for all you and your team, for coalition and everybody else on your alliance. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
The first time I heard about the issue of our constitution, your presentation that you did, and I found it on the web. And it makes sense to me that the constitution is really indeed our problem. So I'm very honored and I'm very happy to have met you, you through this media today. My question is this: we are part of the application, and one of the questions we are being asked on a daily basis in our contact with international relations with the US is that who is your leader in this agitation? Wants to leave, and also the people wants to leave. Everybody that wants to leave, who is talking for you? Professor Pifoye talking with initiating PO. You are on that side.
Lori, let's go to your question so others can ask their questions too, man.
Thank you, man. So we just want to know who is going to be our leader to take the mantle, so that every other tribe will not feel, disenfranchised. Maybe we are going to have like a memorandum of understanding that will be written. Whoever decides is going to be leader with the leaders of the other tribes, so that they will not feel, afraid or threatened. At the end of the day, maybe they will all, be given the wrong end of the stick.
So, okay, allow him to respond, man. Okay, yes, sir.
No, I'm wondering, leader of what? When we choose, when some of our people choose to build their house from from the roof instead of building from foundation, we have the map of Nigeria on the table. We have the constitution that defines everything in that space on the table, and we are tackling that constitution so that we can free up everybody from where from that stranglehold. Are you suggesting that Yoruba will not be able to bring themselves to where the democracy that will be even in South Africa, where Mandela and co fought for so many years? Did they not go to election in 1994 to come about who is giving mantle to who? Who is talking about what kind of mantle should we be talking about in 21st century? There's no mantle anywhere. You dismantle what was there. You went through a process. You instituted them. That's why we put in place something that will go through transitioning, so that those who will do day-to-day governance on what a transitional basis will be there while these processes run their course, and we come to where elections are held for those who are going to. Is it going to become an autocracy? It's only in the worldview of supreme leaders of this world that we'll be talking about mantle. Mantle, does the US have a box of mantles where they give to people who come? You organize and you have a charter, you have a constitution. You then go to where you are holding elections, and the people who are going to run the place will begin to emerge. That's the plan we have. If anybody is discussing mantle, then it's going to another kingdom who have no interest in mantle. Let's go to the next question, please.
Okay. BJ Aguirre, I'm trying to explain because I see that you are.
I can't hear you.
B. Johnson Aguirre.
Well, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you now.
Oh, okay, great. How to switch?
Let's go straight to the question. We still have some people, please.
Okay, and we'll make it. I guarantee you that. Now, Mr. Tonamdi, I appreciate and really do enjoy everything that I've read about and that I've had and even now. I'd like to ask you shortly, sir, are you privy by any chance to Sir Frederick Lugar's report of the amalgamation of Northern and Southern Nigeria administrations in 1912 to 1919 documents? And what's your opinion of it?
I have tons of documents about what they did here, but I also have a summary right here of what it was just annexation. It was all the story they told. We broke into the British archives to get at the documents. The ones in longhand they hid from our fathers. Enohoro didn't. When we confronted Enohoro with what there's those who went to Lancaster House, and I had quite a number of them who were still alive at the time we drew up this plan. We confronted them with what we had. And it turned out they didn't know that was what they went to sign up to. And the Enohoro, for instance, spent the last 7 years of his life trying to help undo what they did in going to sign us up into a wrong union, an unworkable union, because these clash of civilizations were there before 1914. The British knew, and they chose to install these people as their local agents. It's a joint venture between them.
Okay, so Nigeria has Nigeria expired, will you say? Because I have a follow-up question to that. Once I know your position.
Yes, but if we, you can, if we go in search of what the British did and what they didn't do, as at 1960, even if they pretended, they handed our sovereignty to us, even if they were holding any strings behind. As at 2021, we have this constitution on the table as the only thing holding us in this union. If anybody is expecting that we will leave this one that is staring at us with our signature on top of it, some of the people are trying to lure us into going to the forest of 1,000 demons in search of some British hidden document so that we can be lost in that forest. Where Nigeria of today, the Nigeria we have in place now, is defined 100% by this document. Anybody who has any mechanism for taking down this document will recover his own sovereignty. It doesn't have any, the British are gone and gone for good. All right. If we take down this instrument, our sovereignty will be back to us. Any energy spent on going to look for what British did is been overtaken by what we have here. The British are the central part of the problem. The Fulani are only their agents, and they're in a joint venture. You are muted. I can't hear you.
I didn't mute him. Mr. Giri, go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
All right, one more minute so we can take other people.
Yeah, man. The things. Okay. Now that I know, I'm of a different school of thought with you on that. But now that I know where you stand, I heard you somewhere in this in this broadcast said at some point in this broadcast that political actors would swear that once we vote them in, they will proceed with dismantling or nullifying the current 1999 institution on which their happy North colleagues also will have been elected. If my interpretation of the Constitution is correct, even if all of our South lawmakers were to vote as a bloc, and as a matter of compulsion, in accordance to the constitutional constraints, the total South voters or lawmakers cannot attain anything because they will have democracy running under that constitution you had in your hand. They cannot change anything. Is that correct, sir?
I didn't get most of what you said. You were breaking.
If all of South were to unite, and even though we divided now, meaning the three geopolitical zones in the South, is the lawmakers, the number of lawmakers, or if you want to call it votes, will be able to get when they go to Congress or to Abuja to vote for I don't know, a bill or whatever. The North had so many more. All right.
What we are doing does not involve the National Assembly, does not require them. The legislative mandate of the National Assembly does not include constitution making. I'm sure you have a company or you know about how companies work. The memo and articles of a company in relationship with, to the owners of the company and the staff of the company. Who does, between the owners of the company and the hired and the management of the company, who does memo and article? Only the owners. Anybody who tells you any other thing, tell him I said he's illiterate on the subject. What the memo and article is to the company is what the constitution is to the country. In the case of the country, the shareholders, the owners of the company, are those who could have been countries of their own, but bringing their sovereignties. The Yoruba could be a country of 55, 60 million people. The Igbo could be a country of their own. All of those who submitted their sovereignty here, supposedly, are the ones who are the owners of the enterprise Nigeria. And only them, exclusively, only them can make their memo and article. Then they hire a management they call government through a process called election. And if you thought I was exaggerating, I will read from section 14.2a of the Constitution of Nigeria to tell you what they said, the authors of this constitution said about the subject matter. And that 14.2a says, it says, sovereignty belongs to the people of Nigeria, from whom government through this constitution derives all its powers and authority. Section 14.2a, you can Google up. Now, the National Assembly, as we vote them to go and make law according to constitution we have made, their mandate is just to make law. We didn't vote them, we didn't submit our sovereignty to them to go and make constitution for us. We are contending, we are saying with every seriousness that we have not made any constitution, and that there's nothing to say. We're not going to. They are usurping our sovereignty in pretending that the ones that will go to write constitution for us. So we say, let us accept we have not made any constitution. The ones we made, the last of which was in 1963. You know, you threw it away. The management team is the government. They threw away. The government is a continuum. It's not the ones that are there now that did it, but they threw away our union agreement and they imposed something. And we, in exercise of our sovereignty, have now come to insist that we can no longer work with the nonsense they put together. And there's no part of what we are talking about that depends on them to do. They will either have to come home and be part of how Yoruba recover their sovereignty. If we're going into a fresh union, that will be after this document is taken down. If we're going our separate ways, again, it is the taking down of this document that activates that. But as for whether this document will remain the source of authority, as we see here, is going to be contested on the streets. We're already at it now. The only thing we're trying to bring some order so it doesn't become Somalia, you know, sooner than later. We just say, let us accept that we have not made a constitution. Let us then go to a process, a meeting, from which what will become constitution will emerge. And you can't have one constitution for a federation. A federation is a union of constitutions, like Germany and France and Portugal coming together to do European Union. They have hijacked our sovereignty and they collated it all into one document that they now say we must all obey. And they took all our assets, including our right to defend ourselves from killers they import for their purposes. So the National Assembly has no business. Anybody who is telling you about what National Assembly will do or what number we have is not familiar with the subject matter. just tell the person to go and educate himself first before he comes back to the argument.
Okay, let me get somebody else. Mr. Lacrown. Mr. Lacrown, are you with us?
Yes, thank you, man. I'm with you. And today I've come to learn and also just to thank the barrister for his work. And some of us, like I was listening from my own military background, your covert exercise, it seems like it's why some people are challenging your ideas. But definitely I do agree with what you're saying and the way you have put the whole thing down. So I just want to encourage our people to be open-minded. But some of us are in a position where if we are not at the center table when decisions are being made, once we figure out it is now made public, we want to pull it down. So the problem we have is for everybody, let's be open-minded and go with it. If you are not aware of it before, and now that you know it, your concern should be how do you become part of it so that this message will go across the globe. That is just my advice. Thank you very much, Barrister. God bless.
Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Salako, quick question. We are rounding up.
Okay. Barrister Tony, I know you at Co-Federalist, and I know that we have had some common ground at Co-Federalist before.
Let's go to the question, please.
The question I have is this. How much of examples from around the world, for instance, we see the Britain that even joined us together. We saw Scotland in 2014 narrowly escape independence, and they are doing another one very soon. How far have we utilized such mechanism to do our home in Nigeria?
It is this the only thing holding us down is that our people are arguing with the signboard. You know how it is. You're arguing with the signboard. That's what's holding us down. Is this same instrument that we managed to bring up? 5 countries have become independent from this instrument. The only reason we are still struggling to get to where we get started is that our people, some are just, some want to go and get more benefit from Nigeria. Others want Biafra or to fall from the sky for them instead of sitting down to work out how to exercise this right that is now freely available. We are doing what we need to do to get to all of that. The instrument came from us. Scotland worked with it. They've been struggling for many years. Now it's easier for them to insist. And all we need to do is listen more to ourselves. If we can listen to ourselves, this matter shouldn't take more than 3 to 6 months to get to where dates are now fixed for when things will happen. But if we continue to, if we want a finished product without any thought for how you want to make soup, you are not thinking of where the pot will come from, or where the vegetable will come from, or where the meat will come from, or where the firewood will come from. You just want, oh, give me this. Oh, give me goosey soup. Are you not deceiving yourself? You have a plan that can take you from where you are. You know exactly where you want to go. You have a plan that meets you where you are and takes you step by step to how you can overcome all the obstacles that are on the way to that place you want to go to. You don't want to go through that. You go and stand, you just begin to declare that I will be in that destination. I will be in that destination. The various things you need to do to get started from where you are through the distance to where you're now getting to that destination, you don't want to touch it. It took 21 years of many people working all the armed groups. The first Yoruba man that sat down and understood this thing enough to want to go with it was Gani Adams. At the time, most people were still thinking he was some, unlearned, 2008. He understood it ahead of many of the professors who came later. And gradually, more and more people began to listen to what they needed to listen to, that our self-determination is realizable if we go through a certain process. But others wanted now, give me. Who are you talking to? We have what they are the ones who took from us what they are using. So it's just our own people and their refusal to listen or reason that's been our. But thank goodness the Fulani has brought the campaign home to them. They're now looking for the people who were looking for before are now looking for us to say, oh, you knew all of this will happen. And it is that constitution that brings them to your space. If this constitution is out of the way, they will have to explain what they are doing in your space the next morning. Why can't we go very quickly to that?
Okay.
That's my answer.
Okay, thank you. Well, if you look at the time, my people all over the world that has been with us, they're almost here for 4 hours. So we are going to round up. But I don't want to round up this is my favorite. He has been one of the most admired sons of your state.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mark. Can you hear me, Mark?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah, thank you very much for this opportunity. I'm very, very glad to be meeting the guests today, and I've benefited a lot. I want to say this has been like a lecture. Maybe we should call this one History 101 for some of us that are science students, and we don't really have a very good grasp of history. So we've learned a lot from you, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Information you've downloaded into us. What I want to say is this: looking at what I was a few hours ago to what I am now, I would say it's a changed person. Because when you change someone's mentality, you've changed the person's soul. I wish we can duplicate that process in a massive manner upon the youth. So I want to suggest, why don't we have a duplicative process by which you get those people, even after you, because I'm looking at you now, very busy, very tired, and I'm very sure the schedule will be very tight. So why don't you have people you have duplicated this onto, and then dispersing them to our campuses, our universities, to our student union government. Let's our youth be aware of this history. Let them know what's going on. If we need this movement to succeed, we need the youth. We need the youth. I'm a youth leader in Niger, one of the hot zones of Ibarapa, and one of the reasons why that place became a hot zone was because that's a point of entry into the Southwest, and many people fail to recognize that. Yeah, it's a very subtle point of entry. You will never take cognizance of until you study it very well. Militarily, strategically, it's a very vital point of entry for Fulani to cross border from Mali, Niger, and every other place and enter into the Southwest. Is the easiest access for them, and they've been using that route to do so. And so that was one of the things I discovered earlier, and I've been shouting about. Now, this history that you have given unto us bring the whole entire idea into a whole new level for me, and that's the truth. And of course, my fuel has just increased now, so it means my agitation and advocacy has just increased. But then we need to work on the youth. Whatever method you want to use, whatever way you want to do it, town hall meetings across towns with youth, with graduates, and all of these NSAS people all over Ibadan, Lagos, everywhere, sir. We need massive reorientation of youth for us to be able to pull this off. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Please do let the moderator. You will get the contact so that our people send to me. There's already a structure for that being put in place to put these things in the hands of the young people. There's a team. Everybody is working. One of the people even called. The one in charge of that team already called into this program, watching out for who has to be gone. So we just send us the contact of Oladopo.
Okay. Atokun, I have called you several times when I saw your. No, I even unmuted you several times.
Unfortunately, maybe that was the time when I stepped a little bit to the restroom.
Okay, so have a minute because we are rounding up. You should have more time, but you just decided to mute yourself today. You are a presenter of this program.
Thank you very much for bringing this wonderful man here today. My question, and can you hear me, sir? Mr. Tony?
Yes. I can hear you. Yeah.
So I know where we are now, a step have been taken, but one thing I want to the group to know is that right now we are talking about what the Fulanis have put in place. The present deputy secretary of the United Nations Deputy Secretary is a Fulani woman, Amina Mohammed.
Yes.
Planted there for a while. With this proposal that you are talking about, and just yesterday we saw that there was a present sharing of munitions, AK-47 and bullets among this group. And in the next couple of maybe 30 days from now will be March 16. What do you think all of that group are doing? Because these people are not going to let anything go easily. They are in the security network, they are in the financial sector, they are in everything to make sure this thing can be done without any bloodshed. What do you think your group are doing to inform the rest of people, apart from the riots and everything that's going on all around the corner? What do you think we have put in place?
Well, we knew they were going. They're just trying to frighten people who do not know what is in place by going to make. Do you make videos of such things? If you are not trying to send message to, or is it a spy that got all those things and the things they are saying in those places? They're just trying to send fear into the communities. Everybody will raise their hands up to say, "Oh, we will die now." No, the matter has gone far past all of that. Amina Mohammed, maybe you stepped out truly. The matter of Amina Mohammed, what we are doing at the UN is beyond the level of Amina. We're talking about Security Council. Amina Mohammed is some kind of a civil servant that is not called into when countries who have stakes, and we provided proof to a country that has the capacity in their own strategic national security interest. Mark my words, strategic national security interest. We show them that there was a joint venture between the Fulani, and let's listen to this carefully. We were able to furnish the evidence of joint venture between the Fulani that wanted a homeland for the Fulani of all Africa. That's in Nigeria.
Yes.
And the ISIS that wanted a new operational base from the point they were dislodged in the Middle East. So what is going on now is that ISIS is using its terror machinery to enable them, and you saw the governor in Bauchi come to say that Fulani of all over Africa belong to Nigeria. You saw Buhari throw our borders open to say, "Oh, everybody come." And you saw that they poured in. You saw the Dangote trucks that were used to move them at the time other people were on lockdown. So the two, what we went to tell the United States is that these people are coming so that they could have not just Nigeria, because they already have Chad, they already have Niger Republic, they already have Mali, but those places are desert places. There's no money there won't be resources enough to be able to hold it together as a caliphate. Therefore, it is in overrunning Nigeria and bringing the Fulani roaming all over the place into the settle them here. This national identity card they are doing, they are giving them before they give the Nigerians. They are the ones in charge of everything, and they are changing demographics, killing off communities, trying to see whether they could overwhelm, so they have the entire sovereign space still operating in the name of Nigeria, but having taken out the indigenous nationalities. And then ISIS will have an operational base that would then include all the places they can overrun. So it's a huge national security urgent, if not for Corona. If not for Corona that came to, distract everybody for a while, this was number one national security question. And they went to work, and the answers began to emerge. And we went on doing our own part. You thought it was an accident that the Tom Lantos hearing began the day after we came out with this proclamation. Have you listened to what they were saying in that hearing?
Yes, sir.
If you saw the videos of what we went to tell them in 2019, you would then see where they're coming from and where they're headed. So the matter has gone past all this toy dropping they're wasting their time. The day they have to explain, if our people will listen to us, in a matter of weeks, they will have to explain what they're doing in your space. Let us get there. That is where the solution to the problem is. To delegitimize their presence in your, so that you can now ask them to dress back, so that the people who are at war with ISIS will have to come and fetch them from your space if they have to.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Mr. Emmanuel Onyekwere, I saw you and I'm so sorry, but you can take 1 minute, and that will be the end of the questions if you are still interested in asking questions.
Yes. Thank you very much.
Dr. Onyekwere.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Tony Nadi, I applaud you. I don't know if you remember me. I met you in your hotel room in Maryland. I think it was about 3 years ago. I came there with Dr. Okenwa.
Could you speak? I can hardly hear you. Please speak up a little more, please.
Okay, so we met in Maryland. I think your hotel room in near Washington. Okenwa Nwosu was there. Dr. Okenwa Nwosu. Can you hear me?
I see. Yes, I remember.
Yes, I was here. I come from Maryland. I'm in Baltimore, Maryland.
Yes.
Yeah. Anyway,
I think it was Best Western or something.
Yeah, Best Western. That's correct.
Right.
I'm really happy, and I think you've done a lot of work. A lot of work has done. A lot of work has done under the bridge. I've been following the Lower Niger Congress all this time, and I'm very, very happy to let you know that your strategic thinking is based on what I call this bad document called Nigerian Constitution. It's very sound because you are approaching things strategically, and you're approaching it with a rationale, with a key focus. And I think this movement will be successful because you're not just firing bullets here and there. You're just following it methodically. You're going through the United Nations program, and I think what we're doing will be successful. The only thing that I wanted to, somebody already mentioned the youth. Focus on the youth. I want you to please, if you don't have enough resources, I'm asking you, how are you getting your money? Because the diaspora can help you. And I've not seen you do that. It's not your focus to come here to raise money. But I know that without money, you can't really get a lot of things done. Okay, it has to be funded to get the kind of results we're looking for.
Okay, sir. Dr. Onyekwere, allow him to respond.
Yes, in the coming, I completely agree with you about the youth. That was why we engaged the NSAS people. We actually asked them to get out of harm's way, to come to get the framework for how the monster could be taken down, so they don't get killed in a situation where there's no issue on the table that can resolve the questions appropriately. So young people are coming, and things have been created. Now that website, part of what will happen in the coming days, we have avoided anything that has to do with fundraising up to this point. We've been taxing ourselves, starting with myself. I have, by God's grace, the people doing this have just been doing most of what they do from within themselves. And we have arrived at a point where there's now something to show. Everybody can see what has been done already and what is left to be done. And so in that website, www.freedom from Nigeria, that's the NINA's website, is www.freedomfromnigeria.com. There will be the fundraising for the purpose of driving this constitutional force majeure to yield this, because it's a specific project that this constitution will have to go down. Those who want to interrogate the plan will have all the documents of it to see. They will look at what has been done. They will see where it is and where it can end. And then the matter of fundraising will soon be, all over the place for those who want to see this outcome. So it's all being put together. But we didn't start with that, like you noticed. There was a reason for going that way. But at least we have come to where everybody can see what is being done and what is left to be done and what it might take to be done. The public will be invited to come to that website and make their own contributions. All of those who want to see this result. Thank you very much for bearing witness to what you saw.
Excellent.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Onyekwere. Thank you so much.
My pleasure. Thank you.
My brothers and sisters, mothers and fathers, it's been a long time, but I'm glad because it's like nobody's even moving. I only see 1 or 2 people drop out since we started for the past 4 hours. So I give the credit to our guest speaker who has been answering questions. Before, in rounding up, I'm going to come
Hello?
Yes, yes, you are on.
Yeah. Well, I want to just, before I have to run, I want to thank you, Olotu, and Atokun, Mr. Aboloji Ayobami, of course, Banji Ayiloge, and Tony Nadi. But I also want to pay attention to the audience. They have been marvelous, been attentive. It's been a very educative experience for all of us. I didn't say we all agree to everything we heard, but we were patient enough to hear and to chew things in our minds. And I feel privileged to be part of it. And I commend the young man, Oladiran, for showing up again and telling us that we can learn a lot from him. So I have to run. I wish everybody a good evening.
Baba Iloge. I'm doing it again. I said Baba Iloge.
Well, I'm here. You muted me, so.
I am muted. We can hear you now.
Okay. Yes, Tony did a very, very good job, and at least you accomplished what we hope you will accomplish. However, as someone who's been involved in this thing for almost three decades now, I believe that your effort has to be complemented with some actions on the ground. Yeah, this may be the legal and diplomatic efforts, but without the effort from the ground, it's almost impossible for the international community to actually even listen to us. Yeah, you will go there respectively, they will nod and all that, but it is when we tell them that we are determined to fight for our own self-determination that they will listen, or they will be more receptive to help us. You see, the Fulanis are having this upper hand because we've allowed them to control the government. For the first time in my life, I've seen a president who just keep quiet while you know, Fulani murder people and rape and do all that. But the moment somebody says something adverse against the Fulani, the presidency, they said, will react and say something. Yet we pliantly move around our territories and listen to Tony Nadi talking about force majeure and all that. We have to, some of us will have to go into the trenches and fight the Fulanis wherever we can find them. They don't have the monopoly of terror. And I can tell you that we also know that most of the weapons they use are airdropped by the Nigerian armed forces. We have to tell our people, both on the political arena, the military arena, and all that, that we cannot no longer tolerate a situation where everybody is for himself. We need to send this out clear, unambiguously. I mean, these are the things that are necessary. Of course, Tony, with the organization, you are doing the right thing. You are doing the best thing. When the time comes, you will all be in the forefront in the United Nations and all the other places to say, we've told you. However, nobody wins any territory by just crying out and doing video and say, look at the Fulani, so they're raping our women. Oh, when they are raping your women, Achebe once said, and I've had that quotation since I was in high school, when a man comes across your homestead to do whatever he has to do, either defecate or do anything, what does a man do? Well, I mean, what do you do as a man?
Do what you have to do.
You take a stick and break the goddamn head. Look, we got to realize that, you know, diplomacy and all these things are good when you have equal your opponent in violence. We are not the aggressors.
Please let's not dwell on this.
I am dwelling on it. Look, Tony, you are not the one talking.
You assume that we are on the internet. You assume we are just on the internet.
No, I am not.
You know where Gani Adams was in before Obasanjo came.
You want to tell me where Gani Adams was?
Have you asked yourself why Asserting that held the Nigerian military, the ransom men and all of what they followed? Have you asked why they were the first to sign up to this? Have you asked why Gani Adams was the first from Yoruba space to sign up to this? You want us to come on this kind of platform to begin to talk about what's going on ground?
I don't really know what you are becoming defensive about, but I'm telling you that look, can you let me speak? Look.
Diplomacy we're doing.
Tony, you had the whole of today to explain yourself. And it is my turn. Listen to me. You have the whole of today to talk, and everybody listen. Even though some of us disagree with some aspect of your presentation. So it's time for you now to listen to me, no matter what's the degree of your disagreement with me. Okay? Now, having established that,
that part of discussion
you will wait until I finish. You will wait. It's a civilized thing to do. You will wait until I finish. Not that I finish. The last 2-3 hours have been yielded to you. And I'm not going to sit here and have you talk over me while I make my own presentation. And since we got listen to me. Since we have that clear, listen to me. This is not an open forum. I don't even know why you were not shut down when I'm talking. You should have been silenced when I'm talking so you don't interrupt me. That is what everybody did as you carried out your monologue for the better part of today. Now, listen to me. What I'm saying is that some of what you are saying, yes, they are practicable in either legal or diplomatic form, but my people cannot continue to have their women raped. They cannot continue to have their people decapitated. They cannot wait to have their farm products fed to animals, only to wait for the United Nations to call us one day, which we are not even sure. Now, Asari Dokubo and the rest of the people you're talking about, they are just people. I don't see them coming out to go to Ibadan yesterday when the Fulani went on rampage. And I'm saying, for the benefit of those of our people who are hearing this, that the best defense is to attack those who are attacking you. Those who are raping you or you're raping your women, the best defense is to attack them back. I'm not going to be ambiguous about that. Pardon me if you think that what I'm saying is undercutting you. Not at all. As a matter of fact, at a peaceful, if you continue to fold and we continue to appease our enemy, the rest of the world will think there is nothing happening, nothing untoward is happening to our people, and that place I rest my case.
Okay, sir. Baba Banji Ayiloge and Tony Nandi. I know the degree of what is going on, and I know it is the magnitude of what is on the ground that is causing this for all of us. And actually, we have spent over 4 hours. I mean, that is enough to also, get anybody angry. I honestly, everybody here, including Baba Deni Adeboye, Bandi Ayiloge, and our guest speaker today, lawyer Tony Nandi, you did great. I don't even know how to thank you or how to explain the type of education that you guys have given to people. I'm very, very grateful. And I know I want lawyer Tony Nandi to understand it's not that Mr. Banji Ayiloge is trying to attack you. It is the magnitude of what is on the ground. You are doing your best, lawyer Tony Nandi. You are doing everything possible. And I know, by the grace of God, all this effort that everybody, including Baba Banji Ayiloge, Professor Adenira Adeboye, everybody that came here from 4 o'clock, all the effort that we are making is going to amount to a great thing. One day, we are all going to be at the promised land. It is easy, honestly, to blame the issues of the past, but we should know that the past is past. The present is the gift, and that is why we call it present. So we should embrace the present and work on it as we are doing, to the point that in future, it will be a gift and it will be a stepping stone to a greater future. Lawyer Tony Nandi, I'm really very grateful, and I want you to know that the team at Yoruba Gbode appreciate everything that you are doing. Feel free to call us, to give us any information. Anytime you feel like giving people information, please feel free to come back. You are always welcome because we have learned. So at this point, I'm also announcing, before I go to the next announcement, I want to thank my brothers, my Igbo brothers, and sisters. Some of them got the information they need. Some of the organization, I couldn't just get hold of a contact to them. I thank my yeah, that is a precious gift that we Yoruba gave to the Igbo people. So I'm very grateful for your efforts. And also my Agaji for his effort to get my brother organization where they have a lot of my. I thank everybody that has participated in the program. Before I go, I have a sound of money. People who have been streaming Yoruba Gbode without permission, you've got to stop it, because I'm going to descend on you. I'm not a young lady and I make effort. And this is also part of my 30 years experience. Oduduwa TV are part of those people, streaming Yoruba Gbode and getting people on it and trying to claim money from YouTube. It's not your work. So stop doing that. It is illegal. It is subjected to copyright. Also, Heritage TV. Stop stealing my work. I'm going to really get and all other people. The only people that are allowed to stream Yoruba Gbode on YouTube is Refudiating. People. They are the only one that got permission from us. Because if I do anything, you people will start saying, "Oh, the Yoruba people." Please do not steal our work. Yoruba team, we are going to descend on you if you do that again. Next week, by the special grace of God, we are going to have our father, His Royal Majesty, Akinla of Erin-Ijesha, Kabiyesi Oba Isaac Ayeni is going to be our guest under the segment Toba Lashe. Kabiyesi will answer all our questions. Please be here. And I'm also taking this opportunity to help us on Yoruba Gbode. Please do not stop calling us for advice. We thrive because you are supporting us financially and also morally. I'm also taking this opportunity to thank Alaja Senabu Lanlokun. She is one of those people that help us financially. Thank you so much. By the grace of God, we are going to have another English episode of Yoruba Gbode in April. May God that time. On behalf of everybody that has made this happen, I am very, very grateful. I'm grateful to my young engineer here, Ayoteju. I'm also grateful to my husband for his support. I'm grateful to my dear sister, Honorable Zulfat Adebukola Suara. She always jumping to make sure that we are okay, that everything is flowing, and she always spends time with me as a technician here. On behalf of everybody that made this happen, I'm grateful to Lawyer Tony Nandi. I'm grateful to Baba Bandi Ayiloge. I'm grateful to Baba Adenira Adeboye. All the Babas that really supported Yoruba Gbode till that time. My name is Shola Yusuf. I'm Winnie Lomo. I love broadcasting. I grew up as a broadcaster and I love you supporting me. Thank you and have a good night. And happy Valentine's Day to everybody. Because of today that is Valentine's Day, the love shall grow between those people that are oppressed so we can face our oppressor. We have a common enemy and there is power of 2/3. Till next time, have a good evening, everybody. Thank you.